Hello and welcome back to my channel. I am Demetra Lit All Day and you're watching Trial Watch with Demetra Lit All Day. Here on Lit Lane, we're watching the young Dolph trial. Today is actually the fifth day of the trial in real time, and they're actually giving the final statements, their closing remarks, okay? And we're not going to show that now. What we're going to do is back up a little bit and start where we left off at on the last trial watch. We have two particular testimonies that's very important, I believe, that we definitely want to cover. I definitely want to give some commentary on and cover. Hey, Living. So I want to go back there, and I think in total it may be 3 testimonies that we want to hear, and then I'll be back a little bit later this afternoon, and we'll do closing arguments. And from that point, I'm really hoping that we'll be able to do the live verdict. Or we'll be able to wait for the verdict and come back for the live verdict reading in real time. Okay, so thank you again for joining me. Please hit the like, please share, and thank you, and that's it. So let's get started here. I'm a little bit tongue tied. Let's see. Hope you guys are having a great day. Don't forget there's a playlist posted with this trial coverage. Let's go ahead and open this up. So we're going to start off. The last testimony we heard was from the retired lead detective Dabney. Okay, and during his testimony, he showed a lot of video footage. He showed the footage of the defendant, in the Mercedes that was used and captured on video footage for the shooting. He showed the defendant, Justin Johnson, going in and out of the apartments around the time and before the time. At the same time around his apartment on the film was 2 of the vehicles, the SUV that was used during the crime, the Mercedes, and they was able to try to tie that together. Hey Aston, thank y'all for joining me. We also saw with the retired detective Dabney, we was able to see some footage, right, of the Mercedes and another car pulling up at the Valero gas station, and it would seem as though the defendant, Justin Johnson, got out of the vehicle that he was in, the SUV, and jumped into the Mercedes that was used to actually do the shooting. So that's the last things we left off with. We found out during the evidence presenting that none of the defendant's fingerprints was found on the vehicles. No DNA was found for the defendant. And so that's where we left off. And this next witness is going to be kind of really important. His name is his last name is Ingram. And Ingram is the one I know that Lane had mentioned during the last trial watch. Someone had mentioned that they heard that one of young Dolph's relatives was supposed to be testifying. So this young man, the next witness we're gonna have called up to the stand, is that alleged cousin. They don't say how close he's supposed to be a cousin, but he's supposed to be allegedly a cousin of young Dolph. Okay, and so we're gonna listen to that testimony together, and then we're gonna follow that with the testimony of Jamarcus Johnson, the brother of the defendant. Okay. So let's not talk about it. Let's be about it, and let's get into this testimony. I do believe, I have not watched it, I think it's going to be pretty interesting. So let me go ahead and open this up, and we shall start. Let's see. I have it opened already. And there it is. Okay. So first up, we have the alleged cousin of young Dolph testifying for the state about his involvement. Mind you, he was, I'll be able to tell you what, he was actually charged with some crimes too. I'll be able to give you that update. Drop on one if y'all can hear it, okay, once it starts.
Face judge, raise your right hand, sir.
Hey, Miss Baker.
Tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat.
Thank y'all for joining.
Mr. Garner, you don't want to be here, do you?
No, sir.
All right, but go ahead and tell me your name.
Mr. Garner.
Spell that first name for me.
Now this is Kirsten Gardner. I don't know anything about a Key Glock alias. You know, we may hear is the testimony just starting right now. He just got on the stand for the state. So if he goes by Key Glock, they're definitely going to say that. So let's see.
K-H-I-S-T-A-N.
Spell the last name.
Garner, G-A-R-N-E-R.
And how old are you?
21.
I want to take you back to 2021, November the 17th. Is the early morning hours
He was a teenager then.
of November
Thank you.
the 17th, just after 2 o'clock, going on to 3 o'clock
Okay, so y'all
a.m., okay? Did you have occasion to go up to the Valero station near the University of Memphis?
Yes, sir.
Where had you been before you got to the Valero station?
Oh, I can't tell.
Okay. Was it a neighborhood house?
Thank you, Sean.
Yes,
You're
sir.
welcome.
Were you up there with other people?
Yes, sir.
Were you up there with an individual by the name of Treon Ingram?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Treon Ingram?
Yes, sir.
Was he somebody you hung out with?
Yes, sir.
Did you see an individual up at that neighborhood house
Oh, I
who
thought
you
this
know
was Treon
straight
Ingram
drop
here.
or
Okay.
drop?
I was mistaken on that one.
I can't tell.
Okay.
I just know when we came to the house, that's who Treon said they were.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
I see you, Miss Baker. Now this is not the
You
supposed
came to
cousin.
the neighborhood
That's
house.
Ingram. So this not
Correct.
Ingram. Hey, don't
Yes, sir.
don't ask me. Thank you
And
for joining.
you saw the individual there. My approach, maybe we approach with regard to your objection.
Yeah. That's the defendant, Justin Johnson. 3 charges. One including the most important one, the most significant one, of course, is the murder charge of young Dolph. Young Dolph, of course, well-known, successful rapper based out of Memphis, Tennessee. Back in November of 2021, he was shot, pretty much assassinated, because it was a hit out, allegedly, from a rival record label, the CMG.
Okay, and were y'all in a vehicle?
Welcome to the membership,
Yes, sir.
Aston.
What
Thank
kind
you
of
for
vehicle were
joining.
y'all in?
Mercedes-Benz.
Okay. And let me show you a picture. I think you've seen this before. What's that a picture of?
Mercedes-Benz we was in.
All right, is that the picture that we're going to be talking about?
Yes, sir.
Is that the car we're going to be talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. To your knowledge, was that car a stolen car?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know where that car came from?
No, sir.
All right. Are there other people at this neighborhood house?
Yes, sir.
Who are the other people at this neighborhood house?
Straight up.
Straight drop?
Yes, sir.
What'd y'all do at this neighborhood house?
Now, the straight drop
Nothing really.
is
Okay,
actually
were y'all hanging
the
out?
defendant you see now.
Yes,
That's his
sir.
alias, his rap name.
Did straight drop come in a car, a different car?
Yeah, truck.
A truck? Let me show you this picture that you've seen before.
Yes, sir.
Is that the truck straight drop came in?
Yes, sir.
And is that a white Ford Expedition?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point when
Hey,
y'all
Muffin.
left the house?
Yes, sir.
When y'all left the house, who was driving the white Mercedes?
I was.
When y'all left the house, did the Infinity leave the house too?
Yes, sir.
Who was driving the Infinity?
Treon.
Did he have a passenger with him in the Infinity?
Yeah, straight truck.
Straight drop?
Let me cut in. I'm going to cut in right here. It's very important about the vehicles that they're describing, right? So we know that the white Mercedes was a stolen vehicle that was actually used on the scene. The getaway car, the drop, the car they actually jumped out of committed the crime and drove off in. Okay, that's the Mercedes. Now the Infiniti is important because we learned on the last trial watch we did. We learned during the detective's testimony that Infiniti that they're talking about right now, that this witness is placing the defendant in the Infiniti. The Infiniti was seen on footage. We saw the Infiniti drive up to the Valero gas station. This was after the shooting, before the shooting. Drive up to the gas station along with the Mercedes. Okay, where they saw or they claim alleged that Justin Johnson got out of the Infiniti and jumped in and started driving the white Mercedes. So that's what they're definitely trying to correlate here. Let me go ahead and let it go. I'm trying not to break in too much, but I will be breaking in, giving commentary. Let's continue.
When y'all got to the gas station, what happened?
We got some gas. They talked for a minute, then we pulled off. They pulled back around, and straight drop got in the Benz we was in. And I got in the Infiniti.
Straight drop got in the white Benz?
Yes, sir.
And
Thank you very much, Saint City, for
did you
becoming a
leave
pit
in
crew
the
member.
Infiniti?
Yes, sir.
Got a picture from the gas station. See if you recognize this picture.
Yes, sir.
Who's in that picture?
Yeah, that's me.
All right. Is that you next to the white Mercedes at the gas station that night?
Yeah.
And then let me get you a final picture.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Thursday, you
Is
guys.
this another
Thank you for
picture you've
joining.
seen before?
Yes, sir.
What's that a picture of?
Benz we got.
The Benz you gave who?
Straight drop.
Okay. Did you know what Straight Drop was going to do in that Benz?
No, sir.
Did you have any idea at all?
No, sir.
Were you part of this conspiracy at all?
No, sir.
Had you ever talked with anybody about killing Dolph or these other PRE artists?
I want to do that.
Why wouldn't you do that?
I want to do that one. That's my family.
Okay,
You
just
said
the
that's your
cousin.
family, what you mean?
This party. That's my family. I want to do that.
Yeah, when you say it's not your family though, what do you mean? You talking about family, who are you talking about?
Young dog.
Young Dolph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you did not see Young Dolph as some sort of rival or anything like that?
No, sir.
You wouldn't have been involved in anything like that?
No, sir.
I'd like to introduce those exhibits into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Judge, I need to give them a quick look.
My
While they
purpose-
do that, let me interject. It's always on these trial watches. It's always amazing to me how these guys, right? They're so street, right? And they want to come across a lot of times the image they want to portray is like being kind of gangster, being kind of thuggish, right? But when they get on the stand, they become just as meek as a little lamb, right? They barely, you gotta tell them to talk up.
No objection.
All of a sudden, the bravado just disappears. I'm always amazed.
These are actually in order as Mr. Gardner identified them, Your Honor. Not their sheet.
Now, at the time, currently, the witness is 21 years old. So what that make him at 21? Like what,
The
20,
first
19 maybe?
picture is a picture of a white Mercedes with the
Showing that say
back
family will
end
take you out to the
damage.
show will.
The picture has
So
Captain
they put in
Garner's
some evidence.
name on the bottom, labeled 11/29/21 at 4:01 p.m. It also has written on it in red the bins we gave drop at Valero. We'll mark this as exhibit number 60.
At this point, they didn't involve so many people. So many people. It's like they couldn't have had any idea. They couldn't
The
even
next
thought
picture
imagine
is
it.
a
Hey,
front
Miss
view
313, thank you
of
for
a white
joining.
expedition.
Look
Written
at all
on
my
the bottom,
members.
the truck hopped out of before Trayon gave him the bins at the house.
She's just reading the evidence into the record for the question.
Name, November 29, 2021 at 3:24.
You should be able to see the pictures here shortly.
Label this is exhibit number 61. The next picture is a picture of the
I hate how they
white
do evidence
bins
in this court.
at the gas pump.
In other
Somebody
news, I just
standing next
finished
to the
watching
gas
the
pump.
public statement of the mayor, Eric Adams.
Statement under the picture
I'll
is,
probably
"This
do an
is me
upload about
pumping the
that. It was
gas,
so
drove to
interesting.
store following Trayon
So I want to cover a little bit of that
KT,
too.
the initials
As
under
far
the
as
bottom.
true crime, trial watches and
Trayon
things like
KT.
that, it is getting very busy
Christian
out here
Garner
with
at the bottom,
content.
November
So
29,
you guys are going to be
2021,
seeing me a lot doing this
3:17
type of content.
We'll mark that as exhibit number 62. And the last picture is a side view of the Mercedes-Benz. This view is on the passengers, this is the view of the driver's side. And the written caption under the bottom says, "This is the Benz we gave drop."
The reason everybody can be positive that this is a Mercedes-Benz scene in the footage from the shooting is it had out-of-state license plates that was identifiable on the side, passenger side they just described. The whole side of it was wrecked up. Very easy to identify and say, yes, that's definitely
60.
the one I saw. It had rims on it.
The bins we get dropped at Valero, 1129.
Miss 313 say, hey Sean P, what is so sad, Dolph and this clown straight used to be cool. Yeah, they all from the same neighborhoods and stuff.
61, the truck
Demetria, what role does the man on the stand have in this case? Okay, so the role that this first witness that we're showing today has the case is that he's able to place the defendant into the white Mercedes that was used in the crime. He's able to say, hey, we was all in the car together, we was in the Infinity, we drove to the Valero gas station, and that's when I saw
This
Justice,
is me
the
pumping.
defendant,
Next exhibit, this is me pumping
get
gas,
out of this car
drove to store following.
and jump
treatment.
into and start driving the Mercedes Benz. So that's really his significance. He says that he didn't know anything about the crime that was going to happen, and I don't want to get ahead of the testimony, but I'm not going to get ahead of his testimony. But he definitely has said that he had no clue, and he also says that he was supposed to be like the cousin of young Dolph, right? And so he was not alone with any plan for this murder to happen. So he's placing Justice, the defendant, in the vehicle as the driver. Thank you, Muffy.
This is the bins we get dropped. Next number, you said it?
If you guys hadn't seen that footage, when the detective Dabney, he's retired now, but he was the lead detective, one of them, the other day, he gave his testimony in Washington here. They had a lot of camera footage, and one of those important pieces of evidence was a clear picture of the Mercedes-Benz driving up to a pump and the Infinity driving up to another pump. You see them interact, and then you see who they're saying is the defendant getting into the car.
That's all the questions, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so the state is done questioning. We're gonna get to
Good afternoon, Mr. Garner.
Good afternoon.
All right, my name's Luke Evans. I represent Justin Johnson. I've got a few questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
So I'm not going to ask you what Trayon said, but when you were first asked whether or not you knew whether or not you knew who Trayon traded the Mercedes-Benz for, you didn't say Justin Johnson or straight drop.
Yes, sir. The voice straight driver gave
Okay? And you started to answer by saying, Trayon told me.
Yeah, when we was at the house. When we went to the store, I seen him. I was in the car with him. I seen him at the store.
So you didn't see him at the house?
No, Treon just told us that's who this was when he got in the Infinity with Treon.
Okay. So you're saying that Trayon, you were there, though, no question.
No question asked.
So, how many times have you been interviewed by law enforcement before today?
Too many times.
2 minutes. In relation to this investigation,
Not too many
that narrows
times.
it down even for you. Is it still too many times? Or are you just saying one time's too many?
One time, too many.
Sure. Fair enough. So, you've at least been interviewed twice, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you even got spoken to right before you came on the stand by the state, correct? And the first time you talked to law enforcement was on November 23rd, 2021 about this. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you told this jury today
see,
you had no
he's in
idea
jail clothes.
that Mercedes-Benz was stolen.
No, sir.
Now that just isn't true. And you know it's not true, right?
I wouldn't been in it if it was stolen.
Okay. What's Trayon do for a living?
I can't tell you
I mean, did he have a job that you knew of where he could afford a Benz?
that. Yes, sir.
He did. What'd he do?
Work at a garbage truck place.
Okay. What? I mean, you weren't with Trayon when he carjacked it a couple of weeks before. I mean, you and him were tight, right?
Yes, sir. If I would have been there, I would have said,
Uh-oh.
no, I wasn't.
Now,
You weren't
mind
there?
you, they also found
And
the
you just-
witness.
I mean, how long you known
fingerprints on
Trayon?
the car.
My whole life.
You've known him your whole life.
Yes, sir.
He works at a garbage company,
Yes, sir.
right?
Trayon is the one who stole the white
He's
Mercedes.
driving a Benz. How long had he had the Benz?
I can't tell you.
I mean, you hung out with him almost every day, didn't you?
No, sir. You only kind of pick me up when I need a ride.
Did you need a ride the night you say you went over and traded the Benz?
Yes, sir.
Where were you going?
Off Redwood in the mile.
And Trayon was just taking you.
Yes, sir.
Well, what did you think when he was going to trade his nice bought and paid for Mercedes-Benz for an Infiniti Q40?
This is business. That's what I thought.
No ask, no tell, huh?
Let me ask you this, Kristen. For Trayon and you riding around in this Benz that you thought he bought and paid for, didn't carjack to get it, what did you think when he was riding around with 2 pistols and a Draco in the back?
Text is mixed.
Because that's what he had, right? A Draco-style assault rifle.
I can't tell. I just know he had some type of weapon.
Well, you called it a Draco when you interviewed with law enforcement,
Yeah, that shit.
Which is a big
right? So that's what
machine
it was.
gun, basically, in my terminology.
And some pistols, right?
It was a lot more than that. It was plenty guns in the car.
And that's what you and Trayon were riding around with.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this. At least November 16th, 2021, were you a felon?
No, sir.
What about Trayon?
I can't tell.
You don't know?
No, sir.
Now, I can't find what he in jail for at the time. I'm looking.
Well,
here
when
and
you
I
get
can't find
to
it.
Bradley that night,
Yeah, it wasn't his business.
why do you have to drive the Mercedes?
There was Treon told me to do pump gas and drive it around. Yeah, I didn't even know we was going to give it to the truck. I just know when we came around, when I got done pumping gas, we all pulled off, came back around through the store again, and we gave it to him. I ain't know why, I ain't know what he did it for, I just know we gave it to him.
And the only time you've been in the car was that night? That Mercedes?
No, sir.
You been in it before? How many times?
Twice, 3 times. Just wanted to get the ride when I called Tree Line.
Okay. What about, did you ever have to get anything out of the trunk for him? Or did you just get in the front seats and, you know, into the passenger seat, in and out?
Yeah, my wallet.
You had to get your wallet out of the trunk?
Yeah, no, it wasn't in the trunk. It was in the car.
Okay. What about the trunk? Did you ever go in the trunk?
No, sir.
Never went in the trunk?
No, sir.
Never touched the trunk?
No, sir.
I wonder if that's where they found the fingerprints. Let's see. Because his prints was absolutely on the car.
Do you know, well, you knew there was tags from multiple states in that trunk of that car, though, right?
No, sir.
You got any change of tags that night?
No, sir.
Okay.
I had no idea what the tag was trying. I didn't even know nothing about it. One thing I did was
I
get in
couldn't
the
find
car
a
and go
picture.
places that I wanted him to take.
They not showing a lot of these witnesses' face for their safety. I tried to find a picture.
You said you thought Trayon had bought that Mercedes, right?
I didn't say that. I just said I didn't know where he got it from.
I think earlier you said you thought he bought it, he had a job.
Yeah, I just said he had a job. I didn't say he bought it.
Okay.
I said I didn't know where he got it from.
Because you knew him to steal cars too, didn't you?
No, sir.
You didn't tell police that you knew Trayon took a stolen Infiniti and a Challenger?
No, sir. One thing I can say is I told him we had Infinity. We ain't have no Challenger. I don't know nothing about no Challenger. But
Okay.
where did he come in?
So, if the police have a report from your interview that says that, they just got it wrong.
Yeah, it seemed like.
Okay. Now, when you first got interviewed by the cops in this case, you told them you'd never been in that Mercedes, right?
Answer all that one.
One time I told him I'd never been in the Mercedes when Dolph died. I didn't have no idea what happened. I told him I was in the Mercedes, but just wanted to get a ride. That's all I told him.
Uh-oh, his body language saying he getting nervous, okay? You know I'm a body analysis expert, okay? Body language. Right now he's getting uncomfortable.
All right. You didn't tell them, what about Valero? They asked you if you'd ever been to Valero.
And they showed me the pictures of me at Valero. That's when I told them that's where.
After they showed him the
But
picture.
before they showed you that picture, you said you had never been at the gas
Exactly.
station, Valero gas station in Highland.
I didn't even want to tell them nothing really, because I didn't have no dealing with it.
You even were shown a picture of yourself pumping gas and said you didn't know who that person was, right?
Yes,
Wow.
sir.
Now he can recognize himself. He tried.
You were asked earlier if you knew, you say that it's Justin Johnson got that Mercedes. You said, did you ever know why Justin Johnson was getting the Mercedes? Or Straight Drop was getting it? You said no, right?
Yes, sir.
But that's not what you told the police when you were interviewed again on November 29, 2001. Right.
Interrogated me.
And during your questioning, interrogation, whatever you want to call it, you told them that Drop said he needed the Mercedes-Benz to slide up on his baby mama.
That's what the comment was when he got it for sure.
All right. So earlier you said you were asked directly, did he ever tell you why he needed it, why he wanted it, what he was going to do with it?
That was the comment he made.
Okay. So he, according to you, he did tell you.
He didn't tell me that just the comment that was made. I wasn't in none of their business.
I want to read read this quote. You know, Miss Baker, she's been watching this kind of very closely, right? So Miss Baker is giving one of the lyrics. I do believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't he say this in that song "Preach"? I think that's like the only song I really know of Young Dolph. Preach. You da 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 preach. You da da da. So this is one of the verses that say the same ninja that break your neck for would be the same ninja you cross you out and wet you up. You know, with that street life and that whole deal, you got to, in order to play it, you got to know all of what go with it. You know, and danger and violence and possible death, along with the money, fame, and those things. All these things are absolute, not guarantees. But you're definitely, it's all part of the mix, and anything can happen like that. You know, you can't take one part of the game and don't take it all, right? And it seemed like Young Dolph knew that. Hey, Mr. 219, good afternoon. Thank you for joining me. Let's continue. Yeah, I know y'all hit the light.
I went in their business. I was just sitting in the car doing what I was doing.
And this person, you're saying straight drop during this interaction, what did you see him do at Valero?
Get in the car. When we got there, we got some gas. After we got some gas, we were trailed in the Audi, the Infinity, and the Benz. When we got done getting some gas, we rolled out. We came back through the store lot at the air pump, and that's when we traded cars.
Now, after you heard Dolph got killed, you called Treyon, right?
No, sir.
You didn't?
I was with Treyon.
Treyon is the one who involved him, who allegedly stole
did
the
he have
white
anything to do
beans.
with Dolph being dead? Because if he did, we're not going to be around him. That's something.
Well, you told detectives that you had a conversation with Treyon after the homicide and stated that you called him.
No, sir.
That's not true?
I was with him on the day of. He dropped me off in Raleigh and then Infinity.
All right.
I'll see y'all in the comment in the chat. Don't forget
And
to
you
go
told
to your
Treyon,
lives.
according to
Big
what
Juke
you
was
told
named
them
too.
at the time, that people were trying to put your name in as one of the shooters in Dolph's murder.
Yeah, that was for sure.
When was this conversation?
The day after. The
Day
day after
after?
me recognizing that Dolph was dead, and the day after that, we recognized that the car we were just in that had something to do with Dolph.
And you already knew the day after he's killed, that people are putting your name in it.
It's my family. Like, they know what car we were just in. Like,
Who's your family? When you say your family,
Dolph people, like Dolph, like they're my family.
can you explain that to me a little bit more? Are they your blood relatives?
Yes, sir.
How are y'all related?
Cousins.
Okay. And you're saying the family would have known that you were driving around in that white Mercedes?
Yes, sir.
How would they have known that?
We was calling them, letting them know when we got the bin.
You called Dolph's family.
You know, we
Who?
called people that were related.
Who'd you call?
I can't tell.
What do you mean you can't tell? You don't know?
They're not in this.
Who'd you call?
He won't tell.
Can't tell. Treyon did all the calls.
I thought you just said you called them. They're your family.
They is. But Treyon did all the calls.
But why is he calling Dolph's family?
He trying to get the car gone.
Why would Dolph's family know how to get the car gone?
It ain't just Dolph family. There was plenty of people that we were trying to get the car to.
Well, you just said it was Dolph's family. Who you were calling. That's who we're talking about,
Very
Mr. Garner.
interesting.
Yeah. One of my
So you stole a car, and back again. You said earlier you didn't even know the car was stolen.
Why you keep saying I stole the car?
Why are you trying to get the car gone if you didn't steal it?
I didn't steal it, but Treyon was trying to get the car gone.
So Treyon stole it.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Why
sticking
why
to
is
the
he trying
story.
to get rid of the car? If he bought it.
I can't tell you, and I didn't say he bought it. I didn't know where he got it from.
You're right consequence, and he know how to stick to his story.
So
he
you-
know how to clarify himself.
You're in a car, however
You know when to play
Trayon
crazy.
got it. That you're calling, you say, Dolph's family, before he's killed, to try to get rid of the car, for whatever reason.
It was way before Dolph was even anything dealing with Dolph. Like, we've been trying to get the car gone. Like, it was way before this. It didn't have nothing to do the day of, the day after, the day before, none of it. It was way before when he picked me up. The first time he picked me up, he was trying to get the car gone. I didn't get in his business. It's not my business. I'm just getting in here to get a ride.
What's way
Chill
before?
out,
Let's
good
talk. Let's
afternoon.
start there. It was way before Dolph was killed.
Yeah,
How far before?
about a week or two.
All right, and you're saying that's way before.
Yes.
But Trayon, according to you, is calling Dolph's family. And Trayon's not related to Dolph too, is he?
It's just not Dolph family. You gotta realize everybody grew up with each other.
So I think they
So
loosely
everybody
call
know
each other
everybody.
family.
It's Memphis. Everybody know everybody.
Well,
Call.
sorry, I'll let you finish.
He got done calling them. They didn't want to get it. They didn't have nothing to do with it. So man, I guess he did what he did and gave it a drop. I don't know. I can't tell you why he gave him what he did it for.
But you're concerned immediately when Dolph ends up murdered, because you know that you or Trayon, one of the two of you, has reached out to Dolph's family and tried to unload a white Mercedes, right? Which is in the video, driving away.
Like my fault, but why you keep saying it was just Dolph's family? Like I told you, it was multiple people he was trying to sell the car to.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
That's what you said. You won't tell us who it was. I've asked you that too.
I went through that. That have nothing to do with me. The
You said-
company is talking about me giving the car to the truck. I ain't have nothing to do with all other stuff.
Well, unfortunately, you don't get to pick and choose, Mr. Garner, on what you
Sure
answer
don't.
and what you don't. The judge gets to decide that, not you.
Yes, sir.
So- Now, mind you, this witness was 19
you're
at the
concerned.
time. They
And the
used
day after, because maybe not the only people, but you've interacted, as you said, a lot of people, some of which were your family, which you've identified as Dolph's family, with that car, and your name is in it, right? Same car that's got, as luck would have it, a Draco in it and two pistols. At least, you said a bunch, but at least 2 pistols, right?
There's a lot of weapons.
And you're immediately concerned, right? Because you think, oh no.
Now, when Dolph died, and I seen that Mercedes on the news, of course, man, who not finna call them if I'm in this car and they just did shit like, I ain't finna act like I didn't out here. Yeah, I called them.
Well,
Actually,
you called them because somebody said you were involved.
it's multiple people I called, like, yeah, like, what's going on, like, and me not knowing about it, like, why I'm in this car, like, y'all put me
exactly.
in something that I don't even supposed to be in, really.
And this was the day after.
Yes.
This is before you ever even come on the scene. Like, you're not picked up by law enforcement yet. You're not talking to the cops. That doesn't happen to
This
you.
came, man, right after Dog died, like, it came a couple days after, like, so it was
Now, they
nothing.
found his fingerprints
I
on
already
the
knew that
Mercedes,
I was
y'all.
gonna get picked up regardless. As soon as I said that, I got picked up for nothing.
And started lying right then, right? Trying to hide your involvement.
It's Dolph, like, I wouldn't wanna be in it, like, knowing I ain't got nothing to do with it. It wasn't no lie, it was for real, like, I ain't have nothing to do with it, it ain't no lie. I don't, so why would I go tell them something that I don't have nothing to do with? I don't have nothing to do with it.
Maybe he's swinging that
Mr. Garner, we learned today you've had quite a bit to do.
I was too.
That's all the questions I've got.
All right.
Read the rest.
I've got no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garner.
Now, I think that was a real good, I think that was real good. You know, in testimony there, that witness, I think that plays itself out to be really good for both sides, the state and the defense, right? Well, not really for the defense, because the defense, I think it's better for the state, because what happened was with that witness, the state was able to have an eyewitness who was also placed with the vehicle, also placed in the footage at the gas station with the transferring of the vehicle, and he absolutely identified and put the defendant who's on trial, Justin Johnson, into that car. He put Justin into the car using the crime along with the weapons. So that means it was an excellent for the state. Okay, very, very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. And I went to say he gave the prosecutor a run for his money. Right, the defense, not the prosecution, the defense attorney, the defense. Okay. Ms. Baker say, I'll never forget that day. The city stopped. It was so sad. Yeah, I mean, even on social media here on YouTube blew up, right? With the headlines, like how you know it does. Okay, so the benefit of technology here, we're able to go ahead and get to the next witness as soon as I can fast forward it here. Give me one moment. And right now, in real time, because this is still from day 2. I missed the day yesterday. I had to take care of some personal stuff. However, we're back. But right now, in real time, as we speak, they just sent the jury out for deliberations. So hopefully I'll be able to catch these last key point witnesses. Here, I think I have like 3 witnesses. This was 1. And then we'll be able to get the closing arguments. I'm going to do the closing arguments in a second live. Okay, now this is going to be real interesting, okay? So right now, who's finna come up? This next witness that's taking the stand is actually the defendant's brother, okay? His name is Jamarcus Johnson. On trial right now is Jermaine. And who's finna be on the stand right now? They're not going to show his face, but here's a picture of him. It's his brother, Jamarcus Johnson, okay? Jamarcus Johnson also court charges on this case. I have it here right now. Let me see. I'm going to be able to tell you what he was charged with and found guilty. He waiting for sentencing, I do believe. Let me tell you. 1 second. Oh, no problem. Let's see. Jamarcus. Hey, Daniel. Okay. I'm trying to get these charges that he was, let's see. I really want to tell y'all. Boom. So, Jamarcus Johnson, that's his picture right here that I just popped up on the screen for you guys. He's the one whose testimony we're finna hear, of course, starting with the state questioning him. He's the state's witness. He is the brother to the defendant. He was charged and pled guilty to 3 counts of accessory after the fact, okay, in October of 2023. He faces 6 to 12 years in jail, okay? So he's already been charged. He's already pled guilty. And he has not, as of this broadcast, actually been given his exact sentencing, which is interesting to me. That even though that he pled guilty in October, it's very interesting to me that they were waiting to give him his exact sentence to obviously after this trial. I find that interesting. Okay, so let's get into his testimony. Thank you so much for joining me here on Trial Watch with Demetri Lit All Day. The young Dolph trial. Let's continue. Please hit the like and think about becoming a member and absolutely subscribe if this is your first time here. Okay, let's continue. Let me flash. I have not done my fair usage. Of course, we're doing this under the fair use claim, and we're doing this for the purpose of review, education, and things like that. All right. Get some little housekeeping out the way, and let's push play.
You have an attorney for that case, is that correct?
Oh, I went too far.
Or is it?
Alright. State, call your next witness.
Jamarcus Johnson.
I haven't seen it, so I'm very interested.
Step this way,
It
sir.
was a really short trial, Lady Steph, from what I'm gathering.
Stand right here. Raise your
the
right
city
hand
was
facing
not
y'all.
happy with the fact that
You swear or
defense
affirm to tell the
put
truth?
a bunch of cases started that he called for
Get your phones off.
for the state. Winter says, let me pause it so I can read these comments. Winter said, I kind of see the prosecution strategy. Ask the minimum, and then on redirect, if necessary, ask and answer the questions he purposely did ask. Exactly. You got to remember in these cases, you know, the defense doesn't have the defense don't have to prove anything, right? They don't have to prove not a thing, nothing. You know, so they don't have to actually try to break down everything people say. They just gotta make the point and raise reasonable doubt. And I think this a defense attorney is really good at putting in reasonable doubt. I don't think he was able to do that with that last witness, though. You know, I don't think he did all. You know, he couldn't. It wasn't too much room for him to do that. Okay, so let's see what the brother says of the defendant. That's his picture there, Jamarcus Johnson.
All right,
He's the
can you tell me,
state's not the defense.
can you tell me your name, please?
Jamarcus Johnson.
All right, I'm gonna have you look out toward me and speak up so I can hear you, okay?
Jamarcus Johnson.
And can you spell the first and last name for the record?
JERMARCUS.
And then Johnson.
Oh, he's
JOHNSON.
finna watch his brother
We
testify
just have to
against
do
him.
that for the court reporter, it's a legal thing. Now, Mr. Johnson, you are
Same
actually
daddy,
charged in
different
this
mama.
case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You are charged with taking possession of some of your brother's property after the Dolph killing, and for aiding him to communicate with another man by the name of Cornelius Smith after the Dolph killing. Okay? You have an attorney for that case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's actually in the courtroom today.
Yes, sir.
You have pled guilty to being an accessory after the fact, several counts of that offense for taking control over the car your brother was driving afterwards, for taking control over a phone that your brother had afterwards, and for helping him by using the phone communicate with Cornelius Smith. Is that right? And you've entered a guilty plea to those offenses, but you have not been sentenced yet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that a judge has not had a hearing and told you what your sentence is going to
I
be.
think that was really
Is that
strange
correct?
too, but I guess that's how they do it.
Have I
down
told
there.
you
They don't sit
that
at the
it's a
table.
very good idea for you to tell the truth, and that the truth could help you at whatever sentencing you have one day?
Yes, sir.
Now, this building and this system is new to you, isn't it? Had you ever,
Hold on. I need you to say yes or no.
Yes, ma'am.
She's recording.
Okay.
Thank you.
had you ever been arrested before this case?
No, sir.
Ever been to 201 Pilot for court cases and stuff like this before this
No,
case?
sir.
This was the first time,
Yes, sir.
and I guess the only time. All right.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about your brother, Justin Johnson, okay? Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out and tell me what he's wearing?
Wearing a gray sweater.
Okay, is he seated here behind these two attorneys? Could the record reflect he's identified as brother Justin Johnson?
Record so reflects he's identified the defendant in court today.
Now, how old are you, Jamarcus?
27.
And how old is your brother?
I think he's 25.
25? Okay. Is he your full brother?
We got the same dad, different mom.
Okay. Same dad, different mother, so half brother or whatever. As y'all grew up, did y'all actually grow up together in the same house every day?
No, sir.
You've described sort of how often you would see your brother Justin. I liken it to something like me and my cousins or something. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
So you grew up in a different household
Probably so.
than your brother.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you would see your brother from time to time? Is that,
Yes, sir.
would you see him at family stuff? Or
Younger, yeah.
when you were younger? Okay. Like cousins or something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to take you back to
Okay, the judge is gonna definitely
2021,
admonish him about
okay?
that. Mhm.
November of 2021. Now, did you even know who Dolph was?
A rapper, yeah.
A rapper, okay. So you knew Dolph was a rapper,
Yes, sir.
okay? Did you have anything to do with some sort of plan on the front end to kill Dolph?
No, sir.
Is that anything that you would ever be involved in?
No, sir.
Any sort of plan to kill other PRE? Do you know that? Do you know what PRE is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any plan to kill the other PRE artists or anything like that?
Tell
No,
us.
sir.
Okay. In
Oh, PRE.
2021, about
Paper
how
Route
often
Entertainment.
would you
Young
talk or
Dolph Lake,
communicate with your
PRE.
brother Justin?
Took me a moment.
Like every other week.
Like every other week?
Yes, sir.
In 2021, about how many times do you think you saw him that whole year?
Like 2 or 3 times.
Okay. So in all of 2021, you would have seen him 2 or 3 times.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound about right?
Mm-hmm.
And you would have talked to him maybe once a week or every 2 weeks.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, just because of court reporter, like when you nod your head, I know I know it, but we got court reporter, okay? All right. So it'd be fair to say that y'all were not close.
Yeah, nah, we were close, but we just didn't talk all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, just go.
I have to pause it right here because, I just am amazed at how many people they pulled in. They pulled in, this guy done pulled in his brother. They pulled in the girlfriend. They pulled in the other cousin, the female cousin. If what the last guy who testified, if what he said is true, they pulled him in and had him driving a car he didn't know that they was gonna use for all this. It's amazing how many people, that has nothing to do with it, didn't stand to gain anything. They wasn't gonna get paid. But these folks just pulled them in to suit their purposes. Let me continue. I just had to get that off my chest.
Going on, I got my story.
Okay. Were his friends your friends?
No, sir.
Okay. So did you know the people he hung out with?
No, sir.
Did you know, for instance, Treon Ingram?
No, sir.
That name mean anything at all to you?
No, sir.
Okay. Where were you living in 2021?
I was 21
When this happened?
when the murder happened.
When this time period that we're talking about, when Dolph got murdered, and when we hear later that Justin gives you his time.
Oh, the Arbor Apartments,
The Harbor Swap. Now, what area of Memphis?
East Memphis.
All right, so you were living in East Memphis.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for people that are not from here, there's downtown,
Yes, sir.
is that correct? There's Midtown that is next to downtown that includes Crosstown.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's South Memphis, there's North Memphis,
Yes, sir.
and then there's East Memphis.
Yes, sir.
And you were living out in East
Yes,
Memphis.
sir.
Who were you living with?
I live with my mom and 2 sisters.
Okay, and
my
did you,
son, yeah.
you have a son, is that correct? And you have custody of your son.
Full custody, yeah.
How old's your son now?
Ward.
Okay. And were you working back in 2021?
Yes, sir.
Where were you working?
I was working at Disney Warehouse.
Okay, the Disney warehouse. All right. Trying to support your son
Yes, sir.
and living in those apartments with your mom and your sisters.
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time after Dolph was killed that your brother Justin got in contact with you.
Yes, sir.
What was it about?
About bringing me a rental car.
About bringing you a rental car.
Mm-hmm.
Now, had you asked him for a car or anything?
Now I wonder if the
No.
Mercedes was supposed to be.
Okay,
a
so
rental
this
car.
is-
Let's see.
Do you know what out of the blue means? Would this be something sort of out of the blue?
No, he knew I didn't have a car.
Okay, your brother would have known you didn't have a car.
Yeah, he knew I didn't have a car.
Okay. And was not having a car hard for you?
Yes, sir.
Who had to drive you to the warehouse?
I had to get rides from different people.
You had to get rides. Okay. So your brother, is this after Dolph was killed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Calls you about giving you a car.
Yes, sir.
Does this sound good to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. What happens after the phone call?
I was getting out from work on the way home, and he was like, he was gonna come and bring me the car so I can get back and forth from work. You know, I be needing a car, so.
Okay. And did he in fact do that?
Yes, sir.
Where did he,
Came like an hour later to the office.
like an hour later? At your apartment complex? Okay. What kind of car did he arrive in?
It was a white Chrysler.
Okay. Do you know what a Chrysler 200 or
Oh,
300
good.
looks like?
I thought he was gonna say the Mercedes. I was about to say, I don't know.
Okay. Oh,
Underhand.
they look similar, 200, 300, right? Yeah, I was just asking, does it look like one of those things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is he driving that car?
Yes, sir.
Does he have anybody with him?
There was some people in the truck.
What kind of truck is it?
Really don't remember.
Okay. What color was the truck?
It was white.
A white truck? You say truck, you mean like a pickup truck, or do you mean like a big SUV?
It was a big SUV.
Big SUV?
And by this time, the
Do you know who the
SUV
people
has
were
definitely
in
been
the white
identified as part of
SUV
the
with
crime.
him were?
No, sir.
Okay, what happens when he gets there?
Tell me you outside.
Okay.
Okay. Go outside, get in the car.
You get in the car with him?
I was quiet. He had 2 phones.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess he was just putting numbers in the phones and stuff.
He was doing what?
They just like switching the numbers, putting numbers in the phone, another phone.
Okay, so he has 2 phones in front of you, and it looks like he's taking numbers from one and putting it in the other?
Yeah.
Okay, now had y'all talked about a phone or anything before?
Nah.
All right, he was bringing you a car, you're in the car, he's got 2 phones. Before this conversation about bringing you a car and stuff, when was the last time you had talked to him?
Probably like 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. All right, so you meet him in the car, he's got the 2 phones, and he's going back and forth with the numbers. Were you asking what he's doing, or what's going on?
He was just quiet.
Okay. And what are you doing?
I was on my phone.
Okay. So you're sitting there next to him, you're on your phone, and he's doing his number stuff. What happens?
He tell me he was gonna give me the phone for like social media stuff.
Like that he's going to give you one of his 2 phones. Okay. And you said for social media stuff?
Yeah, posting pictures and checking his emails and stuff like that.
All right. Does your brother have social media?
Got Instagram, yeah.
Okay. In fact, you know your brother, does he go by other names too?
Other than his real name,
Uh-huh.
Straight Drop.
Okay. Straight drop and sometimes just drop.
Yeah, this is real name.
Okay. And when you say give it to you for his social media, what do you mean by that?
Kind of like, I don't know, I guess he was just busy. He just needed me to keep up with like the people
Yep.
that was emailing for like these
Okay, so
producers, stuff like that.
all right, so let me back up. He gives you his phone because is the idea that people may be calling or texting or messaging him?
You can really say that, but it was just, mainly he just told me that he needed me like to post some stuff.
Okay, so he told you at the time that he needed you to use his phone to maybe post some stuff to his social media. Is that right?
Like videos, all this stuff.
Okay. Did you ask him why he couldn't do this himself with his phone?
No.
Okay, but he,
Okay, I have to interject again, and y'all have to just bear with me because you know I have teen boys, right? And so all of these things just really perturb me, right? None of these guys are asking questions. They just going along with the get along. You know, hey, I don't barely see my brother. I seen him maybe 3 times. You know, he my half brother, and all of a sudden, your half brother who you haven't even seen here recently, now he's so concerned about you. Now he finna just come bring you a rental car for you to use at your convenience, right? Now all of a sudden he finna give you his phone and he wants you to do his social media and pretty much be him on his phone, okay? Because that's what it is that when he's posting stuff on the defendant's social media, he's doing that as if he's the defendant, okay? And so it just really kills me. And and let me say this. It's not that I don't believe. I believe that they wasn't asking no questions. I believe they just was going along with whatever the heck was happening. Some of these people, right? Some of these people, like this guy, he probably didn't have anything to do with the shooting. Didn't know they was going to do that, right? But they don't ask any questions. They just go with whatever's going on at that moment, thinking in the moment. That is so incredible to me. And then another thing is, this guy that's testifying, the brother, Jamarcus Johnson, he's 27 years old right now at the time of this testimony. And he sounds like a teenager. The decision-making skills are very low par. The communication skills are very low par. It's just like, oh my God. Lady Steph says, if somebody just all of a sudden popped up with a phone in a car, I would find it very suspicious. Correct. Hey, Diamond, thank you for joining POP. Help me down. Absolutely. You know, I don't know. I know I got a lot of ladies, you know, we pretty much peers and everything. Is that irking you guys like it's irking me? It is irking my nerves, right? Just like, oh my God. And it's irking my nerves. I get irritated with my teenage boys when they do this. At 15 and 18. These are grown men. So irritating. So silly. Let's continue.
has this phone in his hand. And he's going to give it to you, and you already have a phone. You don't need a phone.
No, I don't.
The car sounds good. And he wants you to have his phone and maybe post stuff to social media.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't ask him why. Does he provide any explanation?
Other than just for the social media stuff.
Okay. He doesn't say why he needs you to do this rather than him.
No, sir.
Oh, I
Does he
definitely
tell
take that
you
into
that
consideration,
he's
lady
getting out
stuff.
of town?
Absolutely.
No, sir.
Does he tell you that he's got to lay low?
No, sir.
What happens after he gives you the phone?
Somebody was calling him and stuff, like rushing him to come on.
In the car there? So he's getting a phone call from while he's in there?
Yeah.
On one phone or the other, do you remember?
I don't know which one.
Okay. And so does that end y'all's little meeting?
Nah.
Okay. What
He was
happens?
still sitting in the car.
Okay.
And he was still doing the same thing with the phone.
Still putting numbers back and forth?
I mean, he usually had both the phone. I wasn't looking to see what he was doing, but that's what it looked like he was doing.
Okay.
He was looking at both phones.
Once got done putting numbers or whatever he was doing with both phones at the same time, what happened?
Nah, I asked him, was he straight? And he said, yeah. Then they called again. Whoever it was, called him again. And he like, here he comes. So he got out the car. Then he had his keys. I went in the house.
Okay, so he gets out of the car? Did he get in that white SUV with those other people?
Yeah.
Okay, and you go into the house. and now you have a car that he's given you,
Mm-hmm.
all right?
Yes, sir.
And you have a telephone that was his.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
After you get possession of this phone, do people start trying to contact him
This
on
is
this
the
phone?
picture of the guy testifying now,
All right,
Marcus
but
Johnson.
you have the phone.
The defendant's brother.
What happens when somebody contacts him on the phone that you have?
I'll text him and tell them that they call or text.
Okay, so if somebody calls him or texts him, and you then text him or call him
Mhm.
and say, so-and-so just texted or called you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were there ever times that somebody would call that phone and then you and your phone would call another phone and put them together so that, you know, they could talk?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you could aid in those sort of, sometimes we call them three-way or whatever,
Mhm.
conversations between him and other people?
Yes, sir.
Among those sort of three-way conversations, did he ever talk to somebody identified as C?
The name in the phone was C Girl.
Okay. And the voice, was it a male or a woman?
The one time that I did hear it, he would sound like
Sounded like a dude. At the time, did you know who C was?
nah. No, sir.
Do you now know that to be Cornelius?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to hear a conversation going on between Justin on one end of the line and Cornelius, since you all sort of three-way there?
Not like full conversation. No.
Not the full conversation.
Now they talk
Were
about
you able to hear
Cornelius, who's
some
on
of the
the screen
conversation?
now. I just put his picture up. He's the admitted shooter, okay?
Just a
He's the
little
first
bit.
one to
I
jump out
won't
the
really
car
just
with the
listen.
assault rifle.
Okay.
With Drake.
You've been asked before whether or not you heard some of the conversation, correct?
Yes,
And have you described part of the conversation having to do with money?
Yes, sir.
Having to do with getting money to C?
The text message.
The text messages?
Yeah.
And what was it about?
He was like, he just kept saying like, "What's up, bro? What's up, bro? What's up, bro?" and stuff like that. And I was texting my brother, and I was telling him somebody texting, and he was like, who he is and what he want. And then when I told him, he kept saying like he loved him and stuff like that. And then he said, have you talked to
Huh?
Uncle?
He loved you.
Okay. Did you know who Unc was at that time?
No, sir. He said, talk to him. Then he said, if you talk to him, tell him I need some money for my little girl birthday party.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did that make any sense to you?
I really don't care.
About money, though.
Mhm.
The money that would be coming from Justin and Unc to this C person,
I don't think it was coming from Justin. I think it was just coming
coming from
from
Unc.
He was telling him to ask him.
Okay. So C was asking Justin to ask Unc where the money is. At the time, did you know who Unc was? At the time, had you ever even heard of Big Joke?
I knew he was, yeah.
Had you ever met him?
No,
You ever talked to him?
no, sir.
Okay, but you knew his name
Yeah.
from the rap game and everything else?
Big Juke is pictured now, the one to the right of Yo Gotti, the rapper. He's the one who's supposed to get
Did
out
you
on Dolph.
use that
Other
phone
members of the label.
like that?
He's now
Would
deceased.
various people text and call
Most
and you
likely
tell your
because
brother,
of
hey, so-and-so text and
retaliation.
call?
That's Big Juke.
It was only, it was a couple people.
couple people? Okay. During the course of doing this, did your brother ever tell you where he was?
Talking about after he left from, when he gave me time, no.
He never told you where he
No,
was?
sir.
Okay. At some point, the police come to you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
They come to your apartment,
Yes, sir.
and they want something you got. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
They want that phone,
Yes, sir.
your brother's phone.
Yes, sir.
And did you give him that phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you agree with to go back to the station with them and, be interviewed by the police? Did you do that?
They took me there.
They took you there, okay.
Yeah.
They took you there. You turned over the phone and told them about Justin giving it to you.
Yes, sir.
Now, the original reason that he gave you for this phone was so you could do postings on social media and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Did you do postings on social media for him while he was gone?
Yes, sir. It was like 2 pictures.
Which 2 pictures?
It was like a picture of some food, like in a restaurant,
Okay.
and another one was like some shoes.
Okay. So you posted 2 pictures for him, which would be a picture of some fancy shoes,
Jason Jordan.
some Jordans, and a picture of some food. And did he ask you to post those pictures?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you also follow his social media? Like, did you see the stuff he posted on social media?
Yes, sir.
Was he still posting stuff on his social media? But not just you? Like a picture of him in a Rolls Royce, or a picture of him holding tens and tens of thousands of dollars?
Like, not like around the time I posted those pictures.
I understand.
Straight on down the line, yeah.
Further on
That
down
is
the line.
interesting, so I wonder if it's the last that
Before he got
Justin,
arrested.
he actually got
Yes,
his
sir.
out.
So that's not you
Sum of
posting
money.
those pictures.
He never said that.
In fact, I think you had already, they had probably already had, the police already had the phone at that point.
Yes, sir.
Pass you exhibit 57 and 56. Tell me who's in this picture, if you would. I think you've seen those before, Jamarcus, is that right?
Yeah.
Who's in those pictures?
Justin.
Your brother Justin?
Uh-huh.
I could have those exhibits returned. I'm done asking you questions, Jamarcus.
One moment, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Marcus.
What's going on?
If you don't mind, I'll call you Marcus since we have more than one Mr. Johnson in the request.
Yes, sir.
All right. My name's Luke Evans. I just got maybe just one question for you, or a couple of questions for you. So you knew Justin to be an aspiring rapper,
Yes, sir.
correct? He was trying to get signed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever, prior to that date, ran his social media or YouTube before?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that wasn't something, that wasn't a new thing for him to ask you to do?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Nothing further, Judge?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
That's it.
Yes, sir. Step back.
We're going to approach, Judge, I think we, I think we can put a recess today unless there's any sort of housekeeping.
Well, damn, I didn't even barely get to get out the door with the dog. That was very, very. The defense is keeping it short, keeping it very sweet. The only thing that he can possibly do, he did it, which is saying, hey, it's not anything unusual for you to man, so to say, your brother's social media. Other than that, that's a wrap. But the state definitely made this case right there. I mean, does it get any better than having the defendant's actual blood brother testify against him? Does it get any better than that? You know what I'm saying? So that was Jamarcus Johnson, the older half brother, same daddy, different mamas, different households, who we just heard testify. And what we're doing right now is that doing this commentary, this content, this live, is that we're catching up on some testimony that I wasn't able to do right now in real time. They actually have sent the jury out, okay, for deliberation. So let me close this out and let's get to, let me pull up the next testimony I want to show and do with you guys here. Thank you again for joining me and supporting this type of content. You know, as you guys know, it's a lot going on right now in high status court trials that's in the makes, that's happening in true crime and crime, as far as the Diddy case, and it's just a lot going on. Tonight I will be back as I'm pulling this other testimony up. I will be back this evening around 7. I'm going to try to make it for 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, a little bit earlier, maybe like an hour earlier than I did last night, to read the conclusion of the very highly questionable memoir, so to speak, of Kim Porter, the mother of P. Diddy's three of his children, right? We started that last night, and we will finish that tonight around 7, so make sure you join me then. Don't go anywhere. I'm trying to pull up this other testimony here, so one moment. Wow, you know, I'm watching it live with you guys. I just did not know it was so short, you know. Miss 313 say, yes, these idiots were so sloppy. Right. And you know, I had stated in the chat that, you know, when they was talking about speaking with Quet, they was referring to, when they were saying Unc, they were referring to who we know is Quet Gavon. And I didn't see when I tried to look at the. I tried to get a sense of what happened yesterday since I didn't get to watch the trial yesterday. I didn't get to watch anything. So I tried to get a sense, like, from some news articles, but I didn't see whether Govan had Ket, the mastermind, in air quotes, right? I didn't see, whereas they said he testified, and I definitely was waiting for that. Okay, we was right here. We've just finished this one. Okay. We just finished that. So it should be this one. Let me see. Who's the new celebrity drama brewing? Ms. Baker says we got new celebrity drama brewing too. Who is that? I know we definitely got that. The mayor of New York. We got his indictment, which I will be reading his indictment. They opened the indictment up today. In fact, I did find it. I was going to say I hadn't been able to find it, but that's not true. I have the open indictment for Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, who has been indicted on maybe like 4 charges, including bribery and like some type of money wire fraud or something like that. And it's speculated during the gossip mill that he's supposed to be another gay lover or for Diddy, and also aiding and covering up Diddy's crimes there in New York. So that's going to be very interesting. Y'all just keep coming through and support me on this content. I'm going to try to, I'm going to definitely cover things, that's happening. Okay, so I have the next portion of the trial, testimony. Now, this next one that's testifying is going to be the second lead detective. If you remember from the first lead detective, Detective Dabney, who's retired now, he left a lot to be desired on cross-examination, right? He left a lot to be desired. And so it's going to be left up to this other detective that we're finna see right now. It's going to be up to him to clean it up. Clean up the first guy's testimony. So I have it pulled up now. Let me get it to you guys. Let's see here. Let me take this down. Okay. Okay. Okay, I gotta make this bigger. One moment. Okay, here it is. Boom. All right. All right, so they finna call the second detective
Stand right here,
and
sir.
headed up the case,
Raise your right hand facing yonder.
and hopefully he's gonna have clear up some things from
Yes, ma'am.
that was hanging out there to be cleaned up as far as the police and they handling of some of this
Could you
evidence.
tell us your first and last name, please?
My first name is Mahaj. My last name is Abdullah.
And can you spell the first and last, please?
Yes, sir. My first name is spelled
Well, he's definitely coming across more
capital
confident than the last detective.
H-A-J-J. My last name is spelled capital A-B-D-U-L hyphen capital B-A-A capital Q-E-E.
Let me first apologize for you having to be here, because I'm gonna take responsibility for it. Okay? You are an extra witness to clear up a mistake from yesterday. Okay?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Memphis Police Department,
And how long have you been with Memphis Police Department?
26 years.
2021, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the homicide unit.
Did you have occasion to work on the case having to do with the murder of Adolph Thornton Jr., the rapper known as Dolph?
Yes, sir.
In particular, on November the 24th, and then on November the 26th of 2021, did you have occasion to go to the Crosstown building?
Yes, sir.
For what purpose?
We were attempting to see if there was video footage in connection with this investigation.
Did you speak with security there?
Yes.
Were you allowed to view video there?
Yes, sir.
Did you retrieve video from there?
Yes, sir, we did.
And was it accurate surveillance footage from the building
Yes, sir.
from November the 16th and November the 17th
Yes, sir.
of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And was it one camera angle or many camera angles?
Many camera angles.
In fact, November the 26th, I'm looking at your supplement, you actually created a timeline of the various events that you witnessed on the surveillance tape, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With the hour and the minute, and then what you observed.
Yes, sir.
correct? For instance, at 2:41, the surveillance video shows a male wearing a black cap with a Bass Pro logo. You made that sort of timeline, is that right?
Yes, sir.
That accounted for, or did it? Did it account for the comings and goings of a suspect that I sort of just described with the Bass Pro hat?
Yes.
It would be very remiss of me not to interject real quick. Right now, Detective Abdul Baki is making a good impression, right? I see that in the chat. I remarked upon, I just like the fact of his tone. I like the fact that he projecting himself. I like the way he presenting himself, like to be confident and assured. You know, we all kind of peeping that out. So hopefully he's about to clear up some questions that the other detective who was retired and kind of like a little bit more meeker about things, you know, it was indicated like maybe sloppy work on their behalf, because one of the things that was questioned of the last detective was why didn't they send off so many different samples that was taken from the vehicle, the Mercedes? Why wasn't that sent off for testing? They also left a lot to be desired as far as some of the video footage, whereas they was trying to connect the two vehicles that was absolutely pointed out to be involved with the defendant on some of the footage in front of his place of residence. So let's look and see if he's able to tighten up that testimony, that previous testimony. Let's continue.
Sir.
Those videos that you viewed and that you obtained, did they have timestamps on them?
Yes, sir.
So when you watched the videos, you could see what time it was and you could see the time going as you watched it.
Yes, sir.
Those accurate timestamps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did I explain to you
Judge, I
earlier?
want to object to the answer about accuracy unless he can lay a foundation as to how he can know that.
Sustained.
Did you review the footage with the security officers?
Yes, sir.
And when you reviewed that security footage, were you invited back to see, where they had this footage and where they kept it and everything?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe the time on the video that you were, when you were back there, to be the true time of the security cameras?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you before you got on the stand how those videos were played to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that each sort of event, let's say it's the man in the Bass Pro hat leaving the building at 2:40 a.m., okay, was shown as a reel, which would mean the individual, for instance, would walk to the elevator and be on the elevator camera. And then when he got in the elevator, it would switch to the inside the elevator camera.
Yes, sir.
And when he got to the lobby, it would switch to the lobby camera. And when he got to the parking area, it would switch to the parking camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you obtained the videos, though, you got videos of each separate camera. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that when you make a reel of the cameras, that the timestamps disappear and aren't part of the reel?
Yes, sir.
And did I tell you that to make up for that, a black screen was inserted in front of each of the events on the reel that had a date and time of what we were looking at.
Yes, sir.
Did I tell you that of the various events, that black screen was correct for all but one?
Yes, sir.
And I tell you there was a mistake with regard to one of those reels.
Yes, sir.
And I want to take responsibility, for that. I want to show you and ask you if you recognize these to be the original videos, not made into a reel, that you obtained from Crosstown with regard to the suspect leaving directly before Dolph's homicide. Okay?
Okay.
And I don't know if you can see, can you see through the plastic to the green writing up top?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that green writing up top?
The green writing up top says 8th floor W8 elevator, and it gives the, I'm looking at a date of 11/17/21 with a time of 10:49 and 26 seconds, 28 seconds right now, AM Central Standard Time.
Okay. If you could stop it just for 1 second. That's 10:49 a.m., is that right?
Yes.
Did I tell you that the black screen that we had seen previously said
gave the wrong time, y'all, listen.
11:49 or 11:41 was off an hour?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did I tell you that was a mistake?
Yes, sir.
And we'll take ownership of that mistake. Is this the true timestamp?
Yes, sir.
All right.
See, the other detective had made some different errors, So this guy here had to pick up the ball, Diamond, leave the little short man alone. Breaking news on what? Type it in the chat. Let me know. I'm just trying to get this commentary and this content done because I started a playlist for it. So let me know what's happening.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Stop the camera.
Oh, I know that name, Dottie Peoples. She a very well-known classic gospel singer. Rest in peace to Dottie Peoples. Ms. Baker says it's been reported that she passed away. What is that, like the fourth death of someone famous in our culture? In the last week or so, James Earl Jones, Frankie Beverly, now Dottie Peoples. Somebody else died. I can't think of who it was. It's a hard time for the culture right now, huh? Now that's not that's not me. That's them muting out. I hope y'all don't hear me eating this banana. Let me hit mute. Oh, I thought I hit mute. My bad. I'm sorry.
So we're watching the entire video, not spliced into a reel. So we'll go on for another.
Okay, so I wrote in the comments for you guys that's not reading the chat. After this testimony, the next witness that took the stand was the cell phone expert. And it was a long, drawn-out testimony. We're not going to show that here. And then we're going to come back. We're going to actually show the closing arguments after this witness. And then we'll be in real time with the case. And I'll be back live just as soon as they come back with a verdict. Whether that's today, tomorrow. Tito Jackson, that's who it was. Rich Homie Quan. Oh my God, that's a lot.
10:50 a.m.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot. Right now, they're just looking over that same footage we saw the other day on part 2 in the playlist. There is a playlist for my coverage of this trial. And that's going to be in part 2 with the lead detective, the first one, Detective Dabney. So feel free to check that out. He do look a little bitty in that chair. Very rough, Miss Baker.
We're ending that one. It is 10:51 a.m.
Hello? Child, this going so slow, I could have probably skipped his testimony. But so far, we've seen all the testimonies.
10:51 and 47 seconds. 10:51:50. Next one.
I really want to hear what he has to say about the DNA swabs that they got from whatever lit up in the car. Want me to mute? Okay.
It's 10:52. It's 10:53. 10:55. Turning into 10:56. It was right at the 50-something seconds.
He sits so still, it's almost like he mute, like his own pause, but it's not. Exactly, Diamond.
Seconds, 35 seconds.
I'm excited for the closing arguments. That's like one of my favorite parts of trials. The opening statements and the closing arguments, I live for those.
White vehicle. It's 10:56 and 25 seconds.
And then this was actually pulled from Treon Ingram's cellular
All
device.
cameras,
This was
10:56
text
and
message on
50-something
his
seconds.
device.
Yes, sir.
Day before the murder? Day before the murder. Outgoing from Treon Ingram? Correct. Is that correct? Correct. And coming to Justin Johnson's phone, correct? And pull it and so.
Your Honor, even though we've seen those videos before spliced together as a reel, since these have the true time and the true time stamp on it, not the error, I would like to introduce these into evidence under that State's Exhibit 5 that we're keeping open for digital evidence.
And I want to make a correction. We definitely got to see the next witness because they got a whole picture presentation and text messages and everything. It'd be remiss of me not to show that.
How you gonna keep them separate?
We have-
How they gonna be marked, I guess,
They're going to be labeled,
okay?
and they're going to be labeled. So, for instance, on these, they're labeled timestamp included correct time. But if we need to also assign them A, B, C, D, and things like that.
And does that not need to coincide with the incorrect one? Or no? I'm just asking. Does that make sense?
When you say coincide, what do you mean? Because we can make
So there's been a, one shown.
The correction of the hour
with the wrong
difference.
time. That's on this same
Yes.
different, right? So how are we gonna know what this video coincides with the ones that were shown last week?
They have the time, they have the date and the time, and we know what happened is the real time is 10:50-ish.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes,
Okay, so this is definitely important, you know, because this is what they put all of this footage and used it as in order to create a timeline and to tie the defendant in. So if they was off on a timeline, you know, it doesn't make a big difference, but for the defense, it is important. You know, they trying to show, what's the word? Inadequacies in the state's case. And anytime they can put a hole in the state's case, that's what they want to do. So it makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward past the sidebar. Okay, they still thinking.
Well, doing well. So I've just got a few questions for you. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
So you were asked some questions about obtaining the crosstown videos, and I think you said that
Like that. Why
you
got your
went
shoes
on
Oh
November
my God. Why you
24th
so
to try to
ashy?
obtain video from
Oh my
crosstown
God.
and the 26th.
Yes, sir.
Did you go twice because you weren't able to get them the first time and had to go back, or were you able to get some the first time and some the second time?
We were not able to get anything initially because they had to have a technician to actually retrieve the video. What we did, we went in and reviewed. When I say we, I'm talking about my partner, Sergeant West, and I. We went in and we reviewed within a certain time frame.
Uh-oh, I see it's
time
buffering.
frame, which
It's
was
coming back.
I think we reviewed from 2:30 to about 11 o'clock was our time frame of review. And we went and reviewed those time frames and had bookmarks done.
Okay.
Once the bookmarks was done of videos from each section or part of camera view at Crosstown Concourse, then their technician came in later and downloaded those bookmarks for us.
Fair to say that the system that you're watching these videos is a computer system?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not like old school VCRs? tapes running, you know, a wall over or anything, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And I'm sure in your long career in law enforcement, you've collected a lot of surveillance.
Hi, Nietzsche. Thank you for joining. Good afternoon to you.
And you would agree with me that it's not uncommon for surveillance video timestamps to be inaccurate.
That's true.
And I think you said the way that you went about trying to confirm accuracy was by looking at the time when you were there and looking at the video and saying it was the same, like those times matched. If you're there on the 24th at 2 p.m., you looked up at the system and it said on the video it was the 24th at 2 p.m.
Yeah, we compared the live view.
The live view.
Yes, sir.
But you would agree with me, you weren't watching the live view on November 17th, or November 16th, when these concourse videos were actually being recorded, correct?
No, we were not.
You're going back and reviewing an archived video format of those, correct?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And truth be told, you can't, whether it was the live view was accurate, right? You can't say whether it was accurate on the 17th, right? Because all you did was look on the 24th and go, my watch says it's 2 p.m. on the 24th. I'm making up that time just as an example. And the live view shows it as 2 p.m. on the 24th. Therefore, this must be accurate. That's right.
Yes, we use a live view to check and see if the cameras were accurate during that time before we did the bookmark.
Okay, so the
But
defense is trying to
that
discredit
test
all
alone
the
doesn't
footage
tell you
and
whether
the
or not
times. All of it.
it's
That's what he's
accurate
doing.
on November 17th and November 16th. You would have to agree with me, right?
Yes.
So you can't say that these timestamps are accurate as to what occurred on November 16th or 17th.
And
right? You don't know if
Renee,
the system
good
was
afternoon.
rebooted, malfunctioned, something happened. You can't speak to any of that.
Let me
I
tell
can't
Rocky,
you
say,
the
hey.
answer to that system. I can only tell you that when we did our initial view, as far as live view is concerned, we compared, and that's been our best practice to do each and every time we download video to make sure that there is no differentiation between hour, minutes, because sometimes it can be a 30-minute time loop or an hour time loop. That's why we do the live view best practice before we begin that review.
Right, and that's something, because especially on a system like this, that's something that, computer technician would have to tell you, right? Someone familiar with the system, that audits the system or works on the system, or at least is qualified and knows the system.
To let us know if there was a time loop or there was an inaccuracy.
Mhm.
Yes.
All right, and you didn't have that. You didn't have that information.
Well, we had the computer technician with us at the time, because he was the one that had to download all the footage that we had bookmarked. So yes, there was someone there to let us know that, yeah, this is the time.
Right, but other than saying we've booked, because you said you bookmarked it, other than saying we've bookmarked these times, did you
Boy, the
ever
defense
say,
is really
was there any
trying.
issue with the system? Do we know these times to be accurate?
That was never a question answered.
All right, you just based that on the live time.
Yes.
All right.
His ability to tell us that we were in live time and it was accurate during the time in which we started the preparation of bookmarking.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Oh, 1 second.
No worries, Renee.
Nothing more.
But if you've been following this case, when I first started, you might want to redball back. Definitely to the testimony from the half brother of the defendant. That was really interesting.
On your next witness?
It's been Michael Gardner.
Okay, so this was the next witness is a cellular phone. The experts that we having, and I thought that was gonna be kind of not of a lot of importance for me in my highlights of the trial watch, but I'm glad I looked a little bit closer while I was on mute, because they got like an excellent what should I call it? What they call it? Let me think. can't think of the word. Oh, they have like, what I saw was like a really good presentation, like one of those boards and stuff, where they put the pictures of the people, and then they put the text messages and all that kind of stuff. I definitely want to see that. Oh, I know that song.
Michael Garner,
And spell the first and last name for the record, please.
Michaelgarner.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a criminal investigator, special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with TBI?
Only 3 months.
Because you were with MPD before that, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I
For
retired in June after 20 years.
20 years MPD, and now you're at TBI.
Yes, sir.
At some point during your service at MPD, did you become involved in digital forensics?
Yes, sir. In 2018, I was assigned to the organized crime unit, and some digital evidence came in, and they needed a computer guy to look at it, and that's when I started in digital forensics, which became full-time in July of 2020.
It's about 6 or 7 years ago you got your start in this.
Yes, sir.
And then full-time at MPD, what does a digital forensics person do?
We extracted evidence from mobile devices, GPS.
And these type of
monitors,
experts
car
now
monitors,
are like a big deal, used almost in all trials because of the tracking and the vault of information our cell phones keep on us, right?
Did
Our
you
cell phones
receive-
is the
have
best
you
witness
received
ever.
Special training to do that sort of job?
Yes, sir. In both digital forensics and cellular technologies. Started with cellular technologies in 2012 and got my first certifications in 2014 with a PATC Tech. And then in 2015, I started working with the electronic surveillance and communication intercepts, and I got certified on PLX through a company called Pinlink, and did a lot of call detail record analysis with PLX. And then working digital forensics, we like to try and marry the cellular technologies from the cell phone carriers with the device itself. So then I started working with applications like CellHawk and, of course, forensic applications like Celebrite and Magnet.
So he qualified himself to be an expert.
Look at the CDRs and just put those together for a complete picture of like a digital footprint.
And is there still training that you do? You keep updated on this?
Yes, sir. This technology changes quite often. You can tell the last couple of years with 4G going to 5G, and about every 2 months, I continue education with sometimes 1 hour blocks, but often 3 hour blocks of instructions on just the evolving technologies. And that's both through Pinlink with their systems and vendor neutral through PATC Tech.
I'm going to have you explain what some of this is, but before you testified, you handed me a list, I guess, of your training hours on various.
See, this was the part that I thought it was going to be kind of redundant,
Yes, sir.
you know, because he
How many
just
hours
qualified
of
himself as
training
an
have you
expert.
done?
I want to, this, you know, we do the trial watch and the highlights,
1,500 hours.
Yes, sir.
testimony
And that is
highlights, so
actual,
I want to get to the meat and
training
bread
that's
of this.
not. You also do your job too, right?
Yes, sir. That is out.
So if y'all don't mind, you know, we know I'm going to go ahead,
Yes,
they're
sir.
going to admit him as an expert,
And are
so
you
let's get
able
this
to do
expert
that?
testimony.
If the data is there, absolutely, a copy of that. Make a copy.
Done.
Mr. Garner, have you prepared a report with regard to this case?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go.
Pass you this, you just verify this is your report.
Get to the meat and potatoes of this thing. Remind you, the jury is out deliberating now.
Yes, sir.
All
In
right,
real time.
I guess we should go ahead and mark that as state's next number exhibit.
No objection.
You know how many pages?
76.
All right, it's a 76 page document.
76 pages.
76 minus 3, or is it 76?
76 minus 3 is 73.
73 page document. It's entitled Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Cybercrime and Digital Evidence Report prepared by Special Agent Michael Gardner. We'll mark this as a collective exhibit number 64.
His mouth says he's all business.
Return
Huh?
that to the witness. And if we can publish this as I ask Agent Garner questions. We managed to get it on the computer up here, so we're ahead of the game. Obviously, the title page with regard to this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, we skip to the next. You can go ahead.
All right. So during my presentation, I just do want to show these slides of me just mapping out where a cell tower location is and the antenna. Kind of want to teach you about what I'm talking about here, kind of an overview of cellular technology and how it works. Because
Child, this the point. I ain't gonna even lie. This the point with these cell phone people. I be like, can we get to it?
Then we're going to go over the requested information of me, what they had asked of me.
I think we all understand, us true crime watchers, what a ping is, right? Like we get it. But they have to do this, so hey.
And here they're just going to kind of go over the cellular.
Yes, the
technology that I've-
prosecution has,
Yeah,
the prosecution has presented his case.
Down interstate, we're pulling in the grocery store.
And
So
the
that's-
state,
that
the
is cell tower.
defense has
Cell
too.
tower
They actually
location
did their
based
closing
on
arguments
information.
this
What
morning.
we really are
The jury is
interested
out
in
actually
is the
deliberating
concept
right
of
now
bulkheads.
in real time.
And those little white rectangles, those are
Child,
antennas.
let me get to these text
You
messages
might
though,
see
because
three,
again,
could
he's
see
just
many as
giving the
nine
hoopla
facing
about what make
coming
him
from
the
that
expert.
area instead of behind it.
See, that's not even the
And
real
on that
information.
bottom,
See how I say example?
Probably not going to skip.
Okay, right here.
Can you overlap of this year? They brought me
That's
another
still
one.
not the, I want to see the evidence regarding this case. Okay,
will you take
it's
back
coming
up?
up now.
So the subscriber, this top red box.
All right, now we're talking about the case, the phone records for this case,
This
not
is,
examples.
A screenshot of the document that we received from T-Mobile. This is one of the first pages of the call detail records. And what we've got here is the name and address of the subscriber, this top red box. And it comes back to the Curia Guy and the address of 2667 Pfizer.
Definitely, Diamond.
And then at the bottom, the activation and termination dates of this account. So when was this account created? And the activation date was on 9/22 of 2020.
Through the investigation, are you familiar with that to be a relative of Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's Justin Johnson's sister. And this is the subscriber information for the second phone number, the name and address of the subscriber, Cornelius Smith, and the subscriber address of 1766 Wild Rose in Memphis, Tennessee.
So
And then-
Smith's phone is actually subscribed to him, or he's actually a listed
Yes, sir.
subscriber?
Yes, sir.
And Johnson's phone is the sister?
Yes, sir.
Cornelius Smith, as you recall, is the admitted
And then
shooter.
the activation
The code
and termination dates.
Good afternoon, always be a cruiser. Good to see you.
We received this, it was activated on 9/25 of 2021.
All right, looks like we're beginning with the questions that you were asked to analyze with regard to 236-1625, which you testified is the phone described you as Justin Johnson's.
Yes, sir. And these were the questions that, from our meeting, that they were asking, am I able to determine from these records if the device left the crosstown concourse? If I was able to determine if the device went to the Valero gas station at
I don't think I had it off mic. Good afternoon, Connie. Thank you for
Am I
joining.
able to determine if the device returned to the crosstown concourse.
Cell phone
And
expert,
again,
young
did
Dolph
the device
Trout.
leave crosstown again? And
Just getting started.
was able to determine where the device was during the time of the murder.
Well, with the meat and potatoes.
12:21 p.m. to 12:23 p.m. Then was able to determine if the device went to the Gospel Gardens Apartments, and did the device return to the crosstown concourse after that? Those are the questions that were asked of me. That was the basis of what I was looking for during this analysis. So the call detail records come from T-Mobile in the UTC, Universal Time Coordinated. The records come universal so that no matter where you are in the world, you can adjust the time to your local time. And our software does that, and we can do that looking at the data. Instead, I make a copy, and then I analyze the copy of these call detail records. And at this time, we were outside of daylight savings. So our time zone here in Memphis, Tennessee is UTC -6, spring forward, fall back. So I adjusted the call detail records to our local time zone. I did not leave them in UTC time. And then the second phone number, the 901-513-6236, again, these records were received from T-Mobile in UTC, and I adjusted the time zones on them as well. And only question asked on this phone number were between the hours of 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. what towers were being accessed by this device. Now, they asked me until 10 p.m. There was no activity on the device from, I think, 5:48 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's why the hours 11 a.m.
Good afternoon, pretty chocolate girl. Thank you for joining.
Because there was nothing to look at.
Y'all make sure to hit the like for me, please. Thank you.
10 p.m. there was nothing.
And this is the Cornelius Smith phone?
Yes, sir.
Young Dolph Trout Watch, testimony highlights we got on the
So
stand,
these were the
the
tools
cell
that I
phone
used to
expert.
look at this information. I used a program, it's a web-based, called CellHawk. I used Microsoft Excel because the records come in a TXT format or a PDF. But I can make a copy, and then I can change the time zone to reflect local easily in Microsoft Excel, and also use PLX by Pinlink. Those are the versions. of
I find it
software
so strange when he's saying that he went in and changed the time zones. Like, I get it. But if you can change the time zones, couldn't you also tamper with, like, just changing the time to fit what you wanted to fit, or that law enforcement
When
wants
these
it
files
to
are
fit?
open up in Excel,
Just a
they are
question.
actually pretty wide.
Just a
So
thought.
we hide a couple of the rows when we're not trying to use that information because it's not relative to the investigation. We can hide out the device ID, the IMSI, the IMEI, and so what you've got across the top, and you can't see it, and that's why we use really big monitors, because these fonts are so small, and the rows across the top are pulled from the records. And what you've got is the date and time, and then I changed it from UTC to Central Standard. The duration of the call, and the duration is how long that call lasted. The direction of the call, was it leaving the mobile device or incoming or outgoing? Then the azimuth of the cell tower that was used. The azimuth is the dead center of that antenna of that 120 degrees. Then that azimuth, you're going to have 60 degrees to the left of it, 60 degrees to the right. So that's the dead center of that antenna. But as we've seen, that antenna can be more than 120. But the cell company knows the azimuth of that antenna. They're reporting that to us. Then the location of the cell tower used, they provide it in two different ways to us. They give us the latitude and longitude of the exact tower,
Now, see,
and
this
that is
exactly what I was
perfect.
about to
Because a lot of
skip
times
this
you see a tower out in the middle of a field. That field has a physical address on a road, but that's not where the tower is.
My patients ain't sitting
So
with this
they
thing.
give us the latitude and longitude of that tower, so we can walk right to it using GPS if we had to repair it. But they also give us the physical address of the tower, which would be the address of the road that it's numbered off of. And they're usually not, they're not gonna be in the same spot. The physical address is where you would go, and you would see the tower somewhere on that property.
I have a couple questions, and maybe stuff to get to. I don't want to forget them, so I'm just going to go ahead and ask them. You mentioned duration of a call.
Yes, sir.
So if I see a call between one
They
person and another
leave both
person on this
phones,
call detailed
both
records,
phones down. I mean,
and
they-
let's say it's 8 seconds,
They
or 10
leave
seconds, or
the
12 seconds,
vendor's
or whatever,
phone and the
whatever
immediate
the time
shooter,
is.
chameleon
Does that mean
shooter.
those people talk for 8 seconds, or 10 seconds, or 12 seconds?
And I
That
think
means
they
you
did the
hit
burner
send
phone
button
too, that he
and
had
then
given
hit
to
the end
his,
button.
his half brother.
That's the duration of that call.
Heard him
Whether there was
testify.
communication between two people, or a voicemail being left, or you called and you listened to somebody's voicemail, I don't really feel like leaving a message, end. That's the duration of that call.
So the duration doesn't actually mean two people necessarily talking to each other.
Correct.
The second thing is, we're talking about calls. Is this same sort of stuff done for like text messages and stuff?
Yes, sir. On the T-Mobile network, though, text messages don't have cell site location. It's routed through the network, but they don't tell you which tower it was using. So now we're looking at calls and data sessions.
I got you. So with text messages, we're more limited on T-Mobile.
Yes, sir. And now we're looking at the phone number 901-236-1625, which belongs to Justin Johnson. And from 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m., this device accessed a tower. Now this is where we're talking about the shaded area. The shaded area is just showing which direction the antenna was broadcasting its radio signals. It just happened to cover the crosstown, which you see. I dropped a pin in there to denote the location of the crosstown. So that device was accessing that tower, and of course it was providing coverage for that location from 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m.
And so let me ask a couple of things here. First of all, it's almost impossible to see from where they're sitting. But this red dot here is the crosstown concourse.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's Justin's apartment.
And you say from 1 a.m. to 2:35. Does that mean there is one phone call that lasts an hour and 35 minutes?
No, sir, the transactions that were recorded, the events, the calls are on the next slide, sir.
Okay, very good. Switch to the next one.
And we can only map the data if it's there. So if there's a transaction that doesn't have a latitude and a longitude, we can't map it. So what we're looking at is what I could map. And there were 12 different events, like all mobile outgoing incoming calls between 1 a.m. and 2:35 a.m. And all of those accessed that tower during that time frame.
I got you. So here's the list of calls, incoming and outgoing, and the ones that we have information on all hit that tower that covers Crosstown.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say you would not be able to say if that phone is on the 8th floor of the concourse or the 2nd floor of concourse?
No way to know, sir.
Wouldn't be able to say whether or not it's inside concourse or in the parking lot?
No way to know.
Wouldn't be able to say if it's in the parking lot of concourse or the street to the north or the south, the east or the west?
No, sir. No way.
Okay. But in the area of the Crosstown concourse,
Yes, sir.
between 1 a.m. and 2:35 a.m.
Yes, sir. So this slide that you're looking at here, at 3:17 and 1800ths of a second a.m., the device accessed a tower on the T-Mobile network. Tower number is 65667. Sector 2 with an azimuth of 180. That just means it hit the south antenna of that tower. And that was an outgoing call going to 901-210-0852, and it lasted 1 minute and 43 seconds. And that tower provides coverage for the area of the Valero gas station.
All right, we're talking about entirely a separate area of Memphis, right?
Yes, sir.
So-
The University of Memphis area.
University of Memphis is right here. So the Valero station, is that what's marked?
The
Here.
Valera is where they
It's
exchange the cars.
the green pin? Yes,
Green
sir.
pen, green pen.
And
Yes,
they
sir.
have the video.
The green
footage
pen here,
of the
Valero
video.
station. And we're so far away from Crosstown that this is not on this map, is that right?
It is not, no, sir.
It's gonna be up and over here somewhere, is that right?
Yes, sir. And that highlighted road right there was the data that I mapped. That's from the records, and it was, that was that outgoing call to 210-0852 that lasted for 1 minute and 43 seconds.
At 3:17 a.m.
Yes, sir.
At that time, the device is in an area with a tower that includes the Valero gas station parking island.
Yes, sir. And at 4:49 a.m., the device accessed another T-Mobile tower, 65695,
Great point,
sector
Dallas,
64,
please,
azimuth
please
300.
remember,
facing
please
kind of
remember
northeast.
to bring that back
With an
around.
outgoing call to 901-728-2851,
With my honey,
and that call
right?
lasted for
And
21
so
seconds.
I wanna pin that.
And that tower
for when we
is
wrap
just
it up
south
this
of the
live.
crosstown
Or
concourse
when we go out to wait for the bird.
that I have a pin dropped. Yes,
Is
sir.
this the green thing, Carl? Yes.
Thank you
The
for joining
green,
the chat.
Here's Crosstown.
Yes, sir.
Is this a same tower or different tower as before when the phone was in the area of Crosstown?
That is a
Don't
different
forget
tower.
that.
Does that mean necessarily that the phone's not in the same place as it was before?
It just, that tower provides coverage for the crosstown, same as the tower before, sir.
Okay, so the coverage for Crosstown is going to be more than one tower.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with both of these, the tower we saw before and the tower we just saw could provide coverage to Crosstown.
It could, yes, sir.
Okay.
And this was the transaction that I mapped the outgoing call to 728-2851 that lasted 21 seconds.
Correct, innocent until proven guilty.
Then we
I'm
go
gonna
from
get with you. 'Cause I make up my mind kinda quick.
4:49 a.m. The next thing, the next information that I could map was not until 9:56 a.m. later that morning. And that was an outgoing call to 901-728-2851 that lasted for 94 seconds. And that tower, that call, access tower,
Exactly. The phones are
11903
self-snitching, absolutely, and guess what?
with Sector 3, azimuth 260.
Because of our,
facing west, kind of southwest, angled down.
Our
And that
cell
tower
phone
provides
used to be
coverage
so
for the
a part
crosstown
of our life.
concourse. that,
You
I
can't
had
just
it
say, well,
dropped.
leave the cell phone at
It's
home
inside
when you go
the-
do a
the
crime,
shaded
right? You
area
can't just
as
say
well.
that, because they also look at your pattern of use,
It's at
right?
9:56
So
a.m.
if you use your cell phone,
Yes, sir.
they can track how you use your cell phone day in, day out, and then for the time, for the crime you've been accused of, all of a sudden, you don't have it
And
with
this
you.
was the
That tells the
transaction that
story
I
in
mapped
itself.
out. And
You
then
can't bring the
there were
phone
two
with
other
you and
calls
have
that
it cut off,
connected to that
because guess
tower.
what? It's still tracking.
2 outgoing calls, 404, 662-8744 that lasted 69 seconds. And then 888-111-2663 that
The way
lasted
we utilize our phones to
66
carry our
seconds.
phones with us is literally
And according to
almost
service codes from
the equivalent
provider,
of having a tracking
service code
device
042
implanted into you,
51,
under your skin.
that
like
initial call was
voluntary.
placed on hold. Those other calls were answered, and then they had a conference call together. So you had a 3-way call going.
Right now, I'm talking,
Okay,
so
I'm
there's
carry
a
over
three-way
them
call
because
from
it's
the
not a whole
device.
lot and stuff. You know, they
I'm
just
looking for
send
the time, is it 3:50, is it 957?
matching to the video?
Yes, sir. There was 956, 53, and then the others at 957, 17, and then 957, 23. Then there was an outgoing voice call made to 901-201-9581 at 11:30 and 13 seconds. That access tower is 65731, sector 13, azimuth 300, just facing kind of northwest.
So the point of this
That
particular
lasted for
testimony is to show
112 seconds.
the
1 minute and
constant
52
rate of
seconds.
communication
And
around
that
surrounding
tower
the
is
shooting
south
between
of the
alleged
crosstown
shooter
concourse.
and the admitted
And
shooter.
it looks, appears that device has left the air of the crosstown. This tower is south of.
Crosstown's
Yeah,
not
the cars
on
are
this
changing.
map anymore.
Exactly.
No,
but
sir.
It would be. North of,
Yes, sir.
north of this map, is that right?
That's right.
So this would not be a tower that provided coverage to Crosstown.
Correct.
I'll be glad
This
when
is
you
at
get to the text
11:30.
messages, okay? That's what I,
11:30 and 13 seconds.
Big Brother is in
So
full
by
effect.
11:30, the device has left the Crosstown area.
Yes, sir. It's accessing towers that are south of the crosstown. Then, this is a screenshot of the raw data of the tower that I just mapped. With the outgoing call to 201-9581 that lasted for 112 seconds. And there was an outgoing call to 901-246-0101 at 12:06:07 p.m. that accessed tower 158660, sector 3, azimuth 290. And that antenna is facing west-southwest, and that lasted for 3 seconds. And then an incoming call from 901-315-9866 at 12:09 that accessed tower 165641, sector 132, azimuth 145, facing southeast. There was no duration on that call. Those two calls access the towers that are facing each other, the antennas that are facing each other from those two towers.
Okay, so we have two calls right there, 2 or 3 minutes apart, 12:06 and 12:09. And they're accessing these two towers, which are
Yes, sir.
near each other, pointed next to each other?
The antennas are pointed almost directly at each other, providing coverage for that area.
Okay, and do we have any pins? Do we have any pins for things we've seen before on this map?
There is a pin, but it's off map. That's the area of Lamar and Sims. They're
Very good points,
Valero
because you
gas
know,
station
on that
is
first
out there.
point you made,
It's too.
to
zoomed
me,
in too
it's
close
like,
to see
okay,
the
it's
homicide
good that
scene
you're able to
from-
place the phone, right, bringing up certain
'Cause that's
towers,
the
but if you
writing
listen to
on
his
the left
testimony,
is
it's so
the
many,
end of the
that's
homicide
only
scene
account for the
marker.
data that they have.
We're writing on
They're
the
definitely
left.
saying it's
That
data that can
highlighted,
be taking place and
uh,
actions taking place that
to
don't
the
even
left
come
of the
across. So
screenshot,
how reliable is it,
towards the
right?
bottom
If
left
it's a
corner.
standalone.
Bottom left corner?
Come up just a hair. Come up.
Oh, here.
But in
Yeah,
this case,
yes,
they got
sir.
too much other
Okay,
footage, right?
so this is the homicide scene.
That's
just
that's
not-
the pin.
But the
put on the
defense
map,
is saying,
no
they all
data
got all that
homicide
other
scene.
footage,
You got-
but y'all can't
you
tell
got
because
cut
the
off
shooter
with
had that
layers right
mask
here.
on,
Yes, sir.
right? You can't
So we're in
pinpoint
the-
my client as being that
We're west
person
of,
on
I'm sorry,
that footage
east of
doing
the
the shooting.
homicide scene.
We're
That's the
slightly
entire
east of the
defense.
homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Crosstown's way north.
Yes, sir.
Downtown's way west.
Way west. Yes, sir. And then next slide, that's the data that I mapped on the slide before.
I could have never
the
covered
towers
that
that were
YSL
accessed.
trial. My patients ain't set up like that. I'm about to
Then at
pass.
12:17,
12:17, we're getting close to homicide time, is that correct?
yes, sir.
Somewhere between 12:21 and 12:23 or 4?
Yes, sir. And we've got an outgoing call to 901-519-1799. And that device accessed tower 164286, sector 131 with an azimuth of 90, which is facing directly east. And that call lasted for 6 seconds. And that tower is in the Airways in Lamar, in the area of Airways in Lamar, just north of the homicide scene.
Excuse me, I'm gonna catch up real quick over here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 12:17. If we could reverse one slide.
Okay, I'm about to fast forward until you get to your text messages.
12:17.
Because this is the trial highlighted.
Towers here, is that, towers here,
Yes, sir.
and that's not you doing that. What is our, we have a pin on this map?
There's no pin on this map. The homicide scene is off screen towards the bottom.
Airways. Trying to figure out how far up it is. You have a landmark on this? We'll see it better on the next map.
Yes, sir. Some glitch or kind of hiccup, there would be a no duration there.
But it still shows an event on the phone?
In the
A no
records.
duration call still
Yes,
shows
sir.
an event as far as the records go?
Yes, sir.
And you're still able to use the, if it provides location, you're still able to use that location?
Yes. Number. And looking at the service codes again,
Oh, y'all couldn't even hear me, right? So at this point in time, it's really just keep giving all these pings between the two phones, and they're not showing because it's voice calls. They're just really trying to prove the rate of the calls. And then of course the defense is going to make the argument that they can't pinpoint exactly where they was at or what the conversations were. Okay, so one moment here. And while I get this next part up here for us to look at, I want to let you guys know. So I got a news break alert, right? And on my news break alert, the attorney for Diddy, Adolfo, whatever his name is, that attorney, he didn't give a statement saying that his client, P. Diddy, Sean Combs, is absolutely going to be testifying, and that he wants to get his version out and get his side out. I find that very interesting. You know, 50 Cent decided is in the works of doing a documentary, and from what the news report is saying is that he agreed, the attorney for P. Diddy has agreed to take part in the upcoming documentary
the
expose
028 tells us
directed by
the service codes there
50 Cent.
circled.
Oh, interesting, right?
The call
So,
came in, it was
what I'm
not
doing is
answered,
putting up the
and it was
next part
forwarded
here.
one of T-Mobile's voicemail numbers. So you had a series of incoming and outgoing calls
Because
of
all
those
of this is
17
from day
between
3.
2
They're
and
on day
3
5
p.m.
now. I missed yesterday.
Okay, so what is the first outgoing call from?
First outgoing call.
Okay. Let me come back to you guys. All right, one moment. Let me put up this picture for y'all to look at. And while I'm doing that, I wanted to address what you were saying, Diamond, right? So Diamond was like, why do they take up all the taxpayers' time and money, with these cases when they have so much evidence and so much proof? And Ugg said, hey, what about the adage, innocent until proven guilty? Now, I get both sides of that, right? Of course, everybody has a right to fair process, to fair trial, right? Innocent till proven guilty. I often ask these same questions. I often say, what about these red-handed criminals? Like literally, when you actually catch them with basically blood on their hands. That's why they say red-handed. You actually catch them. They got DNA. They got video. I too always say, why in the heck would they allow this person to go to a long trial and use up all this taxpayer money? But it's not only because of you innocent until proven guilty, but a lot of times they go through the trial in order to get try to fight the severity of the charges, right? If you go, even though you might have got caught in the act of a crime or something, going to trial may make the difference between murder count 1 or murder count 2, right? Or manslaughter. So they go for that type of reason to trial, in order to try to see what type of sentencing or lessen the charges, and be able to prove exactly,
Should
what
not
point
think
they
that
have.
something is true.
Okay.
The existence of the following is facilitation to witness of the conduct or
Okay, we finna do
testify, which
That
are
was the last witness. The defense did not testify, call any
right.
I
witnesses.
think this is important.
They did final arguments,
Concealment within the jurisdiction.
this morning.
Reasonable doubt. All of the elements. However, that a person acts intentionally with
So a lot
respect
of
to the
times,
nature
like
of the
with the case of
conduct
Quality
or
Grace,
to a result
you know,
of the conduct
14-year-old
when it is the
Charlie
person's
got found
conscious
guilty last
objective
week
or desire
of the
to
murder
engage in
of
the
her
conduct
mother and
or
attempted
cause
murder
the
of her
result.
stepfather.
The
It was
court
no
will now
question
explain
about her guilt.
Truthfully
No
or to
question at
testify
all.
untruthfully.
But the reason for the
And
trial
any proof
was
presented
to
of the
find out,
witness's
determine
reputation
was
for
she
telling the
guilty
truth. All in
straight
all,
out,
how
or could
reasonable
she
does the
plead
witness's
not guilty
testimony seem
because of
when you think
by
about
reason
all
of
the other
insanity,
evidence
right?
in the case?
And if found guilty,
Another
but
factor
also
for you
found
to
to be
consider in evaluating the
unstable,
witness's
insane,
testimony
that would
is
determine
whether
if
the
she went
witness
to
has
real
made
prison
material
or she
statements
went
at some
to,
point before he or she
a
testified,
mental
which are
hospital.
different from his or her
So that's a lot of
testimony at
reasons. There's
trial.
other reasons
However,
why they take this stuff to actual trial, even though it's not a
questions for you
question
to
of
determine.
actual innocence or guilt,
Multiple counts, finding of each required.
in my opinion.
The crime charged in each count of the indictment is a separate and distinct offense.
I am.
You must
totally
decide
trying to
each
work my
charge
way through
separately
this
on the
update.
evidence
Bear with
and
me,
the
but-
law applicable to it. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any or all of the offenses charged. Your finding as to each crime charged must be stated in your verdict. Jury
Here we go, right here. I got it. And let's get to the finale here, and then we're gonna break, and we're gonna be on verdict watch. Let's see here. Let me open this back up. Did y'all hear all that what I just said about the reason, my theories on why they do or don't go to trial? Did y'all hear that? Cause I really thought I was really saying something. Yeah. Okay, there it is. And then I see it was on mute, so I don't even know if y'all heard me or not. Well, no, even the people covering the trial right now, it's off. The live feed from ABC 24, which I'm feeding from in Memphis, they're actually, the live is ended. So they're going to come on. When they come on next time, it's going to be because, and I'm steady watching my alerts, it's going to be because they have a verdict. But you know, verdict may not even come in today. Y'all didn't hear nothing what I said. Child, I was telling y'all that, like, I was responding to Diamond about saying, why do these people go to trial when they pretty much have all this proof and evidence and stuff against them, right? And so I was making the point that one of those reasons in my theory, oh, for real? Not I was being a mumble rapper. I was being a mumble rapper. So I was saying, let me make this brilliant remark I have, okay? Okay. So I feel like, as well, I agree with Diamond. Sometimes these trials, the people be so obviously guilty, even though they're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. It's like sometimes you actually catch them with the murder weapon in their hand. Sometimes you actually got video footage of them full frontal, full face, no doubt, no question, doing the actual crime. And so in those cases, I too say, why in the heck do they let this go to trial? Why do they spend so much money on these trials when they're obviously guilty? I can see them just going in for sentencing, but why would they do the trial, right? And so sometimes, and I gave the case of Carly Gregg. Carly Gregg was the 14-year-old who we watched some of her trial. We did a trial watch last week on her that killed her mom and attempted to kill her stepfather, right? In that case, they literally had the video footage. They literally see her with the gun. They see her go in the room. You can't see her in the room with her mom, but we hear the gunshots, right? We see all this. We know she's guilty. She says she's guilty. But the reason for the trial was to determine, you know, the depth of that. Was she going to be found guilty and sent to an actual penitentiary for the rest of her life? Was she going to be found guilty but because of insanity and go to a psych ward? You know, so sometimes they go in for the trial even though they seemingly have all this proof, and even when they're saying, hey, I did do it, sometimes they go into the trials so it can determine the actual like the different charges. Like it's going to be murder 1, premeditated, murder 2, like you didn't think about it before time, it just happened. Is it going to be manslaughter because it just happened kind of like you didn't intend to kill nobody, but because you was reckless? A lot of times those different things are a reason why they go to trial when it's seemingly obvious that they're guilty, in my humble opinion, right? So let's get these closing arguments, and then we will be on time with the trial in real time.
Ladies and gentlemen,
which is good.
we will now proceed with closing arguments.
Diamond said they're going to have a verdict today. I think so too.
Good morning. Good morning. So it's almost over, and I'm sure you all are happy. My name is Iris Williams. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case. And earlier this week, you heard opening statements. You heard opening statements from prosecution and from the defense attorney. And you were told all the things that you could expect.
Or unfair sentencing, that's good.
And one of those important things that you could expect was that it is not 1981 anymore, and that things have changed. But what does that mean? It means that it's hard to keep a secret. It's hard to hide who you're talking to. It's harder to hide your actions. And it's even harder to hide who you know.
Very good statement.
But ladies and gentlemen, despite all of those things that have changed, one thing has not changed, and that is the state's burden. The state's burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. So what does that mean? Where are we? So the defendant, Justin Johnson, is charged with 3 counts. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and convicted felon in possession of a firearm. So I know that you've already gone through a little bit of this law during voir dire, and especially through the jury instructions. But a brief overview of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder is that 1, this defendant entered into an agreement with 1 or more people to commit first-degree murder. 2, each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the first-degree murder. 3, each party acted for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the first-degree murder. And 4, 1 or more of the parties committed an overt act to help the crime happen. So what did we hear this week? This week we heard testimony from co-defendant Cornelius Smith. He testified for us and he told us that he met Justin Johnson through Hernandez Golan, and that he knew Justin was a rapper, and he was also known by the name of Straight Drop. So Smith had known the defendant for a couple of months, and they hung out a couple of times before the murder. He was able to identify defendant in open court, and during his testimony, Smith told us that on November 17th, 2021, he and the defendant knew that Big Jook had a $100,000 hit on Dolph's head. Cornelius said that he and Justin agreed to kill Dolph together, and both of them receiving $40,000 apiece. Not only did he tell us that, he told us that this plan had been in process for weeks, and that Justin knew about it. And there were conversations previously or prior to this murder, and Justin Johnson was an active participant in those agreements. So there we have it, a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
And there you have
An
it.
agreement was made. Each of the parties had the intent to commit the first-degree murder. Each person acted for the purposes of promoting, facilitating, and, ladies and gentlemen, the overt act is the killing. Next, first-degree murder. In essence, a first-degree murder is a premeditated killing of another. What's required for first-degree murder is 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the victim. The only way to lawfully kill someone is if you are in protection of yourself or others. Second, you have to prove that this defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that there was no mistake, there was no accident. Third, you have to prove that the killing was premeditated. And as we saw, or as we learned in voir dire last week, premeditation does not mean that you had to have this plan for months, weeks, or days in advance. It could just mean that you simply stepped out of your car, you held up your hand, you pointed a gun, and you shot and killed somebody. As long as you had a moment to think about what you were doing, that's premeditation. Next, so we heard from a couple of people this week. First, we heard from the victim's sister, Erica Thornton. She testified that the victim was a living person. He had a family, he had children, she's known him her entire life. She attended and planned his funeral service, and coupled with that, defense counsel and the prosecution agreed to a stipulation, which just means that they agreed to establish that this victim was a living person who was now deceased. Later on, we heard from Dr. Scantleberry. She was the medical examiner and performed the autopsy. She found that there was a total of 22 gunshot entry wounds, including gunshots to the back torso, front torso, head, neck, upper extremities, and vital organs. She also testified that on the property that was collected from the victim, there was no weapon. And we also heard from Raul Hawkins. He testified that he was head of Dolph Security for years. He was able to identify Dolph's car in the beginning of the Makitas video, and he was also able to explain the difference between CMG and PRE, their history of conflict, rivalry, diss tracks, and even prior acts of violence that were towards Dolph. So with all of this testimony, we've established that there was a killing and that the victim was Adolph Thornton Jr. But was that killing unlawful? Was that killing premeditated? And was that killing intentional? Back to Cornelius Smith. In addition to testifying about the agreement that he and the defendant entered into, he also testified about the killing. He said that on the day of the murder, the defendant picked him up from his father's house. They both knew that the victim was doing a turkey drive with several of his PRE artists. They also knew that Big Jook had a hit out on all of the PRE artists. So it was their job that week to find them. And on November 17th, 2021, Cornelius Smith.
Oh my God. So, while we was live, they actually, I'm steady watching for notifications, but if I'm correct, they just, wait. Okay, no, the verdict has been reached. So I am watching. We're going to keep watching the closing arguments, but I'm telling you right now, you guys, they didn't already set up the live for the verdict to be read. As soon as that happens, we're going to switch over to the live reading of the verdict, okay? So that should be happening here soon. Let's go ahead and watch this. Until then, I'm keeping my eye peeled. So in a couple of hours, they was only out a couple of hours.
And Justin Johnson were on their way to a turkey drive in Westwood. As they were about to turn the corner, they saw a familiar car cross the intersection, which happened to be Dolph's car. Cornelius tells us that they followed the car, made a loop onto a back street, and then entered the Makita's parking lot. And this happened, I want to say, about 30 seconds after Dolph and his brother arrived at Makita's. Cornelius Smith was able to point out himself in that video and the defendant in that video. And he said that both of them were the shooting suspects in that video. The second suspect that got out of the car was wearing a black hoodie, gray pants, black shoes with white soles, and a Bass Pro hat. The same clothing that defendant Justin Johnson was seen in as he was exiting his apartments at the Crosstown Concourse. After the shooting, Cornelius Smith testified that they got into the white Mercedes that they committed the act in. They went to Bradley Street. The defendant parked the white Mercedes on the yard, and they both got into a white Ford Expedition. They both got into that Expedition, and on the way, a couple of calls were made, right? Cornelius tells us that a FaceTime call was made to Big Jook. In that FaceTime call between Big Jook and our defendant spelled out the word Dolph. And as they were on their way to the Gospel Gardens apartment, the defendant also contacted a few other people who we'll find out later on. So once the defendant and Cornelius Johnson arrived at Gospel Gardens, they received wound care. They changed their clothes, and then they go their separate ways. After they go their separate ways, Cornelius Smith tells us that he went to retrieve his phone, and he went to go wipe down the car, the white Mercedes that was parked at Bradley. So with Cornelius Smith's testimony, we have established that the killing was unlawful. There was no evidence to show that this defendant was in fear, was protecting himself, or was protecting someone else. We also established that it was intentional. It's not an accident. You didn't mistakenly follow someone's car into Makita's parking lot and then shoot them. We also established that it was premeditated. They knew about this hit beforehand, and they committed this hit. So if that wasn't enough for you, we heard from some other people. We heard from Kirsten Gardner. He testified that he was present during the time that the defendant
Thank you
was
for
able to get
supporting.
possession of the white Mercedes that the act was committed in. Kirsten Gardner was at the Valero gas station in the early hours of November 17th, 2021.
Y'all see they called in the sisters to come in and
Next,
close this up.
well, actually, let me go back to Kirsten Gardner.
Because the first prosecutor
After he testified
opened
that, he
so
told us that he
lackluster.
didn't know anything about what was happening the next day, or a few hours after the cars were switched. Similarly, Jamarcus Johnson didn't know anything either. He just knew that he needed a ride. And his brother, Justin Johnson, could provide that for him. So he got his car, the rental car, and he took his cell phone, he fielded his calls, posted on his social media, and checked his emails. After Jamarcus Johnson, we heard from Sergeant Dabney. He was able to tell us about the 4 different bullet casings that were present at the murder scene. .40 caliber, attributable to a handgun. .762, attributable to an assault rifle that Cornelius Smith had. .223, attributable to a semi-automatic that Marcus Thornton probably would have had. And a 9mm casings found inside the store, which could be attributable to the handgun that Marcus Thornton had inside the store. That first one, though, the .40 caliber attributable to a handgun, was in the hand of the suspect with the Bass Pro hat. So, Sergeant Dabney also recovered the surveillance footage from Nikita's and Gospel Gardens, showing this suspect in the same clothing that the defendant was in as he was leaving his apartment at 10:49 a.m. that morning. The timestamps on Gospel Garden and Nikita's coincide with the times defendant's phone accessed those towers. We heard from Special Agent Garner, who summarized that the defendant's phone accessed a tower that provided coverage to the Valero gas station at 3:17 a.m. Around the same time that Kirsten Gardner said that he saw the defendant take possession of that white Mercedes at the Valero gas station. The defendant's phone also accessed towers that provided coverage for the area of 2370 Airways Boulevard, which is our murder scene. And it accessed those towers during the times of the murder, 12:22 p.m. to 12:23 p.m. on November 17th. Officer Garner also explained that the defendant's phone accessed a tower in the area of the 2-lane road and Shelby Drive from 1 p.m. to 1:59 p.m., which is the direct correlation to the surveillance footage of Gospel Gardens and the footage that Officer or Sergeant Dabney identified the defendant being present for. So next, if all of that wasn't enough, we heard testimony from Sergeant Browning. Sergeant Browning said that this defendant's device placed an outgoing call to Anthony Mims at 12:25:40 p.m. on November 17, 2021. Not only did he place an outgoing call to Big Jook, he also received a text from Kiana Hooper, who is his cousin. She texted him an address of 4752 Haven Court. After he received that address, he then sent that address to an associate named Jermaine Sears. Jermaine Sears, or defendant's device, sends the outgoing text to Jermaine Sears that he needs him. And you'll see in the surveillance footage of Haven Court on that day, at that time, a car that is associated with Jermaine Sears arrived shortly after the defendant arrives in a white Ford Expedition.
Bringing it on home, huh?
So the next thing, convicted felon in possession of a firearm. The 3 things that we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that 1, this defendant was a convicted felon or convicted of a specified felony. And 2, after being convicted of a felony, this defendant possessed a firearm. And 3, this defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. So the facts that we have for this charge. Well, 1, there was a stipulation or an agreement. The parties have stipulated that defendant Justin Johnson was convicted of the felony on May 2nd, 2017 in Criminal Court 8 in Shelby County, Tennessee. Next, we heard testimony from Cornelia Smith, who verified that the person in that Bass Pro hat was Justin Johnson, and that person held a gun. So based on all of that, we can see that we have met our burden of proof for convicted felon in possession of a firearm. Next, let's just talk about reasonable doubt for one last second. Reasonable doubt, it is not 100% certainty. It is not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It is not beyond all doubt. What's required is moral certainty. Certainty that allows you to sleep well at night. Will you be able to rest easy knowing the decision that you've made? My instinct says yes. And once you've had time to deliberate, I think yours will too. So that brings us to the end. The state has met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You have all the evidence, all of the testimony, all of the stipulations, all the videos, all the photographs, and now it's time for you to consider that evidence and apply your common sense. And after you do that, I think, well actually I expect, that you will find this defendant guilty on all charges. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
I think she did a good job. What do you
Thank you,
guys
Judge.
think? Let me know on the replay. Let me know in the comments if you watch this on replay. Closing arguments from the defense. You did an excellent opening. Let's see how you bring it home.
It's good to see y'all again. This is the last time you're going to have to hear from me. And as I see all of your faces, I know that's something you're looking forward to. And that's okay. I know that you all want to get back to your lives. And I can tell you on behalf of Mr. Johnson that your attention during this trial is greatly appreciated. What you've had to set aside in order to provide this service, I have no doubt that the court and Mr. Hagerman, Ms. Iris, all of us agree that you're indebted to you for that. Because like I said in opening, this is important. And you're about to have to roll up your sleeves and go to work. And it's going to be a difficult job. This young man's fate is in your hands. The concept of justice, right? We talked about that in Fort Dyer. We talked about that again in opening, right? And it's in your hands. Meting out justice. And it's difficult because what you've heard is the tragedy of someone losing their life, of their family members not having that person in their life. And that is terrible, and the court will tell you, as terrible as that is, you can't consider that when you're determining guilt or innocence in this case. But it's heavy. And on the other hand, you have Mr. Johnson. This young man that you heard in the evidence is a young man, aspiring rapper. Wanted to make it as a rap artist. When you're going back through these exhibits, you're going to see a picture of him in front of the house on Bradley. You know, engaged in a music video, right, for his rap. Hat kicked to the side, kind of grin on his face, because that's what he wanted to do. And his fate is directly in your hands. And like we talked about, it's never justice to wrongfully convict someone. And so that determination that you're going to make beyond a reasonable doubt, is the heaviest one. Maybe one of the heaviest decisions you'll ever make. And you've had an opportunity to sit through the trial and hear the evidence, observe the witnesses, and you've been told, keep an open mind. And I hope you have. And I'm sure you have. And not to talk about the case. You know, the thing that you've been listening to for days, with people all around you that have going through the same thing, and then you have to be around them even when you're not here, and you can't talk about the elephant in the room. But today that changes. And not only are you allowed to talk about it, the judge has instructed you that you have to talk about it. And to engage in deliberations meaningfully. To listen to one another, to review the evidence that you've heard, to talk about it, and render a decision. But to the degree you're working together, what you never have to do is abandon your conscience. Now, I don't mean conscience like Cornelius Smith in that conscience, right? Because I don't think he really meant that when you heard from him. He said, oh, the reason I decided to tell the truth is I got a conscience. And we all know that's not the type of thing you're dealing with. You take that more seriously. You mean it. He didn't. You've heard a lot of concepts, you know, the terms of art and the law, the burden of proof, presumption of innocence. And when we started this, I told you, Mr. Johnson sits before you innocent. And I'm again telling you today, after the state has closed its proof, he remains that way. He didn't kill Adolph Horton Jr. He didn't conspire to kill Adolph Horton Jr. And he wasn't the man holding the pistol in the Makita video. And it's going to be up to you to decide that. To watch those videos. Watch them closely. They want to talk about those videos, and I'm encouraging you to study them. Give them a close look. The state doesn't want to acknowledge what I told you in opening, and that is similar, it doesn't mean the same. Plenty of people have gray sweatpants, black shoes with white soles, black hoodies. And as we learned through the proof, in Memphis especially, and elsewhere, Bass Pro ads. You can look at it, if we had a window, you could look at it and you could see the Bass Pro, which is the pyramid here. You also heard testimony about it being a fad at that point in time. Famous rappers wearing it, other famous artists. I think I mentioned Gwen Stefani wearing Bass Pro. One rapper has a signature Bass Pro hat. You heard from one of the detectives that they even interviewed someone who gave them a potential suspect that wasn't Mr. Johnson, and said that person always wore a Bass Pro hat. You have to consider that. And then you have Sergeant Dabney, who, for the first time, and I think he acknowledged this, sitting on the stand, says, I think those underwear are the same. They're both blue. You look at the underwear from Tulane Apartments, you look back at the Makita video, those are the same underwear. Look at it. Look at the steel shots. And for yourself, determine, can you tell if those are the same? And as jurors, you get to make that call. You get to look at it for yourself and compare those. we've heard a lot about it's not 1981 anymore. And I agree, right? You know, we've got cameras, but like I told you in opening, what also has advanced tremendously since 1981 is the world of forensics, right? Fingerprints, DNA, touch DNA. And you have to ask yourself, why is Justin Johnson's
Did they change latest though?
DNA nowhere in that car? There's DNA in that car. You heard a lot about they wiped it. Cornelius Smith, whether you believe that or not in a minute, okay? But he says he wiped it. But he didn't. There's fingerprints on it. Kristen Garner's, Trayon Ingram's, and Cornelius Smith. There was DNA found. One of it coming back to Trayon Ingram, right? Not Justin Johnson. Now, there's a lot of talk about gloves, right? They made a big point to say, you see gloves in the video. Now, they want you to believe that Mr. Johnson's running around in this Mercedes, and the reason that his prints aren't on it are because he's wearing gloves. And mind you, Cornelius Smith, when he said he wiped the car, never said he wiped the driver's side of the car. Okay? If you believe that. And they want you to believe Mr. Johnson's driving around this white Mercedes, including with his daughter. Look at those videos. You think, he's not wearing gloves. And he's got a little girl in tow that would presumably be in that car with him. No DNA recovered. None. Now, during proof, it was interesting because they would show the Mercedes go into crosstown
And no finger.
and the Mercedes leave crosstown, and they would show a video of Mr. Johnson getting out and walking in the building, or walking out of the building. There is no video that shows Mr. Johnson in that Mercedes. And you heard they had a reel, right? The video was a reel when they're doing crosstown.
What about
and
the Bolero?
when I asked it, I think it was Detective or Sergeant Dabney, about there was surely other cars going in and out at this very time. And he said, yeah. But you have to ask yourself, was Justin Johnson ever in that Mercedes? So let's go to Kristen Garner. Kristen Garner gets up here and tries to tell you that. He tries to say he didn't know the car was stolen, that Trayon was driving around in the car. And at first, he acts like, even under questioning from Mr. Hagerman, that he wasn't even present when the car was exchanged, because he tries to say, well, Trayon told me. And if you recall, Mr. Hagerman had to kind of go back at him, and I think he said something like, I can't tell you that, and then he eventually started answering some questions. You also remember that this is the same guy that went into law enforcement and said, I've never been in that car. I don't know a guy named Justin Johnson other than on Instagram. He's a rapper. And then suddenly, he starts evolving through the story. Still lying to law enforcement. He even looks at a video of himself, right, pumping gas, and goes, that's not me in the video. And he's like, okay, it's me. But they're trying to tell you Justin Johnson's at the Valero gas station, right, when he's pumping gas. Where is he? Now, they want you to believe that this shadowy figure up in the right, top corner was Justin Johnson. and that he was the other passenger in the Infinity, but you can't really make out who he is. You have to rely on Kristen Garner. That's what you have to rely on. And we talked a little bit about, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And I said one of the ways that you could use to kind of understand it is proof so convincing that you would not hesitate to rely upon it in making the most important decisions of your life. And it's really simple, right? You look there and you go, would I trust Kristen Gardner with anything?
Oh.
If he told me something, would I believe it? The answer is no.
Kristen, that's Johnson. That's
Because the more he talked, right, the more you realize he and Trayon are in the Mercedes. They're driving around with a Draco rifle, assault rifle. The same one described as being held by Cornelius Smith in the shooting of Adolph Thornton Jr. Their prints are in the car.
I see where you're going with this.
He says they have, he said, a ton of guns in that car. And then he starts talking about how he's related to Dolph, and they were trying to dump the car before, right? And he's reaching out to Dolph's people to try to get rid of a car, which is the reason why after this happened, immediately, day after, he's calling Trayon going, my name's in this. My name's in this. Why would his name be? And B, why couldn't he just say, I don't have anything to do with this? And at Valero, you do see Trayon and Kristen. They're there front and center. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the phone and location. And in the state's argument just now, you heard her saying what the expert said, a phone using, a tower that could be and he said could be, he said was in the service area of the Valero gas station, or then he said, I didn't do any drive testing, so I can't say what the coverage area would have been, right? And when you're looking at his slides, you've got that really thick PowerPoint exhibit, you'll be able to look at it. And you notice, right, that you're going to notice that the pictures are all really small. They're really zoomed in on the map. And he's talking about, like, this, do you think this is thorough? This is thorough. I mean, he's going through all these calls. Look at what he's doing. I mean, but then you have to ask yourself, well, what happens if you expand the map?
Right.
And then you realize, and this is the exhibit I entered, you realize he's not even counting all the data and calls, because when you show what he left out at 12:23, right, at the time immediately after Adolph Thornton Jr. was shot, there are several towers that Mr. Johnson's phone gets off of that are, one's 3 miles away in one direction, the other one is 3.2 miles away down by the Memphis airport. And then he has to go, I left those out. Not a really good explanation for why, right? Important. When there are a group of fine people that are looking to find the truth and have to make this decision and need to evaluate the accuracy of what he's telling you. And then you realize that when you talk about coverage areas and where things are in relation to these phones, somebody could be anywhere in a 3-mile radius, any direction. And then you have to go, what is it? What does it show us? How did that help? How does that make you any more
I said he was gonna-
certain of someone's presumed location at a given point in time? Because he said it's not an exact science, and I'm not here to tell you that I can pinpoint where he is. And I didn't do drive testing, and I don't know. The next available tower is what a cell phone normally would look for, but also I can't even tell you if the towers were down at the time. That could make a difference. That could put you further out. I couldn't tell you if they were down for maintenance, if they were overburdened, and he said, look, if the tower's real busy, it'll direct you to the next tower. But what it doesn't establish is that Justin Johnson was involved in the conspiracy to kill Adolph Thornton. It doesn't establish that he killed Adolph Thornton or possessed a firearm. Now, a little bit about
There you
conspiracy
go, getting the tucking.
and
That's a
some more of
nervous thing.
the facts as you heard them from some of the other witnesses. Now, I have to take a little bit of an issue with the state on something that was said during their initial argument. And that is this. There was no evidence at all that Justin Johnson was present for any meetings discussing this hit. What Cornelius Smith said was he met with Hernandez Govan and Juk, and Justin Johnson was not there. And then he said he met with Hernandez Govan and others on another occasion to discuss it, and Justin Johnson was not there. So to suggest that he was present and agreed, where's the agreement? He wasn't there. Now, you get to Mr. Smith. The court has already instructed you about accomplice testimony and is already warning you that when you're considering that, you have to use caution. Now, you also have to apply the credibility factors that are in the jury instructions, but they're not an exhaustive list, right? Like we talked about in voir dire. Some of you, most of you, probably all of you have had to talk to somebody before and go, are they telling me the truth or not? And that's exactly what's here. But accomplice testimony is flagged because that person may have an interest in the outcome of this case. And you go, what is that interest? Well, Cornelius Smith, number one, told, he had to admit, he didn't want to admit it, but he's meeting with the state. He's hoping to get a benefit on his own sentence. He's supposed to be telling the truth. But he's writing his sisters at the exact same time that he's meeting with the government, or the state rather, and telling them, I didn't do this, I'm just lying to get the deal. I'm just lying to get the deal.
Okay, so a verdict has been reached. I had to go ahead and cut off the closing argument from the defense because we do not want to miss anything. The court has just went back live. a verdict has been reached in the Young Dolph murder trial. Memphis' beloved son, rapper, Paper Route Entertainment. It's alleged that a 100,000 hit was placed on Young Dolph's head by a rival label there locally, CMG, the Cocaine Money Group. Second command for that label, Big Juke, which is the rapper Yo Gotti's brother, was the one who allegedly held the money. Subsequently, he had lost his life, Juke, the money man. He got shot and killed. It'd be safe to assume, but in retaliation. So I am bringing us right now. Let me close this. We are about to go. The jury has been out maybe 3 hours, okay? Maybe 3 hours, maybe 4 at the max. But they are back in session, and they are saying that a verdict has been reached. Let me get this ready. Let me close this. Oh no, that was the right screen. Okay. Boom. Okay. So what do y'all think so far about the closing argument, right? Oh shit, I'm all behind. Oh my god. Let me see. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. So they're not deliberating the actually they just came back on because they say that a verdict has been reached. Okay. So let me come back to you guys. What do y'all think about that opening? I mean, no. The closing arguments. Who y'all think made a case? You know, we didn't get to finish hearing the conclusion of, because I didn't want to miss a minute and be all late for the verdict, right? But what do y'all think? Are you leaning more towards guilty? Are you leaning towards not guilty? What are y'all thoughts, Lit Lane? Yeah, they got Juke. You know, the money man, Yo Gotti's brother. You know, supposed to be second in command at that rival record label, CMG. You know, apparently, from what I had read and what I've seen, you know, apparently the beef, it was bad blood between them because Young Dolph wanted to be independent. He wanted to do his own thing. He wanted to have his own label. You know, it's alleged that Young Dolph turned down different collaboration offers and wouldn't work with CMG. On one of his songs, someone had referred me to, I read the lyrics of it, and he literally, when I say he, I'm talking about Young Dolph, he literally rapped about the beef. He literally said their name and was calling them all type of bitches and hoes and all types of, you know, all of that job. So it was absolutely beef. There was no love lost between CMG and Young Dolph's Paper Route Entertainment. It was multiple parties that got charged with multiple different counts in this crime, in this murder. A couple of which have already pled guilty for their part. Ms. Baker said he was trying to show Justin in a good light, but that MF is guilty. Lady Steph say, I think both attorneys did a good job of closing arguments, but I'm leaning towards guilty. But you know, I'm cynical anyway. Miss Baker say the song was "Play with Your Bitch." Yeah, that's the one you had told me, right? So we are waiting for them to file in. It says on the screen, it says jury deliberating, but it literally said verdict reached. So I think that's just a banner still up, and it had been off, and they just turned it on live right a moment ago when you guys, 'cause I'm literally watching the channel. I was sitting there waiting for them to go live. Let me see what Court TV says real quick. Let's see what Court TV says. What I liked about let me tell you what I liked about the state, and then let me tell you what I heard from the defense for their closing argument. Right, I absolutely like the energy and everything of the state prosecutor. I really believe they made the right choice in letting her do the closing and not the prosecutor who we've mainly been hearing from, that guy, right? Because I was there and I heard the opening arguments that the guy prosecutor, and it was so draggy. It was so sleepy. It was so not even impressive, right? And then the defense that came in with the opening with this real energized and projected and passionate opening statement. So I feel like bringing somebody else in to close the deal was absolutely the right thing to do. That sister did a good job, but then I feel like she kind of was speeding a little bit because then she started stumbling. Maybe she got a little bit excited, right? But she had a PowerPoint presentation which clearly mapped out the charges. First attempt. What does this mean? What's the definition? What's the criteria that has to be met? And I think by her having that visual, it really just came in where she can say, okay, this is what we have to prove, and this is what we gave you guys. And she did that for all the charges. And so I think in that manner, when you coming in and tie it up and make it real simple and remind people, hey, this is what, in case you forgot what happened a couple of days ago, let me go ahead and remind you, we did this, we proved that. I like the fact that she talked about reasonable doubt and gave the explanation that she had to offer about what exactly is reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt don't mean you have to have 100%, proof. It don't mean that. And I personally never heard him say before, I never really heard it referred to as reasonable doubt. I like the way she said, ask yourself, would you be able to sleep tonight with your decision? That was different. Now, as far as I see the judge coming in, as far as the defense attorney, boom, you would almost think it would be no recovering. You would almost think that, hey, they just laid out a hell of a case and there's no room to say he's not guilty. And at first, the defense attorney, he kind of started off a little sluggish for me. He didn't have just the high energy as he had when he did his opening statement. He didn't sound just as cocksure as he did in the beginning, in my opinion. But it seemed like he warmed up to his closing, right? He seemed like he started getting into a groove. I like the fact that he said, hey, this is one situation where we can talk about the elephant in the room. Most of the time you don't want to talk, everybody avoids the elephant in the room. But this is one place where we can talk about the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is, why don't they have his fingerprints? The elephant in the room is, why don't they have his DNA? Why don't this? Why don't that? Right? That reasonable doubt, I heard him really making a case for the reasonable doubt when he started implying, alluding to, with the A, alluding to, it could have very well been that dude, Travion Ingram, the one who we know stole the car. The one, because they said it earlier, the one that we know as a criminal, he done stole the car, he done carjacked somebody, he had done that multiple times. We know Travion is the one who stole the car. We know Travion is the one who fingerprints was in the car. We know he was in the car that he stole, where his fingerprints at, where his DNA at, with the guns. So I feel like that was really, really leading up to that reasonable doubt to present that third person, right? It's not my client, but what about this guy? So I think he was doing a good job of that. I knew that he was going to say the thing about the cell phones, because I said it myself. You know, I'm not a genius and I'm not a lawyer, but I even stated, like with the cell phone stuff, they only giving you proximates. They can't tell you exactly where, and they're not even giving you all of the data. He literally came in and said the same exact thing, right? So at that point in time, once he said exactly what I said, I made up my mind right then and there that I'm going to go to law school and go ahead and be a defense attorney, because obviously, as you guys can tell, I'm more than equipped and capable. Just kidding. Just kidding. So we are waiting now for the verdict. We've seen a little motion here. I've seen that blonde hair from the judge, so I know she getting ready. The live over there on this channel, that local Memphis news channel, ABC 24, is where I've been streaming from. Shout out to them. I didn't want to do Court TV, because Court TV gets you copyright restrictions, you know, and using the ABC Memphis local news, I'm not having those problems, so I'm glad about that. Since I've been waiting for this since the live started, and since I've been watching for the live, but at the time when we was listening to the closing arguments, I'm sitting here keeping an eye out for them to go live. It had 24 people in the chat. Now it's 1.5K in the chat. Excuse me. Plus us 14. Thank y'all for riding with me on Live Lane during this this journey. You know what I'm saying? Into this different content. I've been enjoying it. I've been enjoying having you guys here and sticking with me and supporting it. I've been enjoying the folks that come in and out. Hey, as long as you come through, come see about me, you know. Now, I can tell you one thing. I'm very much so anticipating the trials coming up in October. I'm anticipating the Madeline Soto trial, which is going to be very sensitive because it deals with the 13-year-old girl who came up missing. Then a couple of days later, her body was found. You know, and her mother, Jenny, you know, her mom, Jen Soto, and her boyfriend, live-in boyfriend at times, Stearns. It came out, you know, some very questionable living arrangements, sleeping arrangements. Come to find out in the Soto case, the mom, the boyfriend, and the daughter who came up missing first, then dead, found dead a couple of days later, they had all been sleeping in the same bed together with the mom's approval. Before he got arrested, Stearns, for the murder, or even got charged with murder, he got charged with 60 counts of child molestation, child pornography, child sex abuse, right? So that trial is supposed to be started, getting started, I think, around October 20th, something. So I've really been trying to get my research in and I want to be all hands on deck for that trial watch. I want to be able to have my pictures. I want to be able to have the background information. So I'm working on that behind the scenes. There's another trial that's coming up really soon, supposed to be in October. I hope they don't overlap, okay? But the second trial that I'm keeping my eye on is the Sarah Boone trial. The Sarah Boone trial is when the girlfriend and the boyfriend, you know, drinking and all that type of stuff, playing hide and seek, in air quotes, but that's what they said. And so the boyfriend zips himself up in a suitcase, and she just leaves him in there. He couldn't get himself out, and there's actual video footage in the Sarah Boone case because she took cell phone footage. She videotaped it. She videotaped him actually crying out for help to help him get out, and she didn't. And so ultimately, he met his demise. He died in that suitcase. She is pleading not guilty. That trial has been in the public eye for a long time, and it's been nationally covered, nationwide. And so that trial is starting in October. So it's a lot of different legal trial watches. You know, I'm not going to be able to do them all, but those are the two next ones that's coming up that I'm really keeping my eye out on. I think out of the two, if they start at the same time, I'm going to more than likely cover the, I'm more than likely going to do the actual trial watch for the Soto case. I'm more invested in that one with the little girl, you know. And of course, we got all the Diddy stuff going on, you know. So it's a lot going on in true crime, in crime news. We could have finished the closing statements for all this. Diamond say both sides did excellent closing statements. Right. Diamond Forever say if I was on the jury, guilty. I would say guilty too. But why would I say guilty, right? Because you don't see his face in the shooting. I would have to say guilty too, because let me tell you, the one thing would be this. Even though we don't see him get in the Mercedes or that white truck at his apartments, what is the chance beyond, I mean, really, what's the chance of the two vehicles in questioning on the same day just so happening to pull up at his apartment? You know, that type of thing, that's just too much. That's just not going to happen like that. You know, it's not going to happen that at every turn, you know, stuff is lining up for him and he don't have nothing to do with it. But as far as real proof to put him in a room and all that kind of stuff with the gun, they can't do that. They never found the weapons. They never found the weapons. And so the next one that's supposed to be tried in this case was going to be the mastermind. You know, I keep saying that name, keep saying that label, mastermind in jest. Right? Yeah, we waiting now. It's live. What you see on the screen right now, it's actually the live court. That's why you see the chat moving. And we saw the judge come out for a moment. We saw her little blonde head. You know? And they've been knowing for an hour now that the verdict has absolutely been in for at least an hour. Because that's when they posted verdict in and they were just waiting. So, you know how they have to wait for everybody to come back to the courthouse and do all that kind of stuff. Who would have thought? Let me look and tell y'all. Let me see. Let me tell y'all. Okay, so this morning when they went live and did the closing out arguments, that was actually on YouTube in live time. It was 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago. And they're already back. You know? So I just sometimes I be like, God dang, you got somebody's whole entire, like, even if I think somebody guilty, right? I think personally, if I was on a jury, I would at least listen to different arguments, like Lady Steph was saying in that jury room. I think I would at least really just sit there and try to think about everything and look at everything. 'Cause 2 hours, it's almost like, dang. When you look at it from that aspect, like, God dang, it only take 2 hours for somebody to seal the fate on somebody's life, right? So hey, it is what it is. They piled it in that chat. It's 3.4 thousand people watching the local news, the Memphis local news. You know, when you think about the aftermath and retaliation, right? Since this happened in 2021, it's been a lot of different fallout from that, right? Big Juke, Yo Gotti's brother, was shot and killed. You know, I've been seeing, and I just didn't do the homework on it, but I think it would be safe to say that Yo Gotti is not very safe right now, right? We saw in the trial that even though they was naming the witnesses, and even though they had at one point in time put pictures out of some of them, you know, they literally stopped. They wouldn't even show the witnesses in this case face because of the safety risk. So I don't know if this verdict, if it's guilty, is going to just settle the bad blood there in Memphis regarding this beef. Wait a minute, what to say? So now y'all know if the jury is out for a month, it's Demetra. No, but I would at least want to. I wouldn't be like no month, okay? But I would be like, dang y'all. Let me answer the phone. Hold on, one moment. Okay, y'all. So we see the judge in motion again. So we about to. I'm hoping it's finna start. Baby, thank y'all for being patient. I can tell my honey that I'm live, and he said, "Oh, you live?" And just go right here to keep talking. I can literally say, "Oh, I'm on live." Okay, and this happened, and I went here and did this and this. So, hey, let me make this a big screen here. If I see this judge little head again, and they don't come on with the come on, So Diamond says his parents interviewed. They were just finishing up with lunch. What you read? You read her lips. I'm trying to make this bigger so we can. I'm trying to do a couple of things here so the picture will be better when they come on with it. Okay, so now I got it on big. Okay. So Diamond said his parents' interview with with an associate from Court TV didn't help his case. Whose parents? Diamond. And you know what I want to cover, you guys? What you got? I want to cover with it, Lane. I want to cover that that prison call from Suge Knight when he talked to Chris Como yesterday. I found that to be very interesting. I don't know if y'all heard that or not. That interview he did on a prison call with Chris Como on his YouTube channel. But he did do the interview with him and answer some questions regarding his feelings about the Diddy case. I said, oh, now I went ahead and watched that one, and I was like, that'll make some good commentary. So we're waiting. They say, I'm reading the comments over there. Seem to be a lot of local folks in that local news station chat. And I think that's the point I was making too. I think I was making a point about will it be like a lot of retaliation now after this decision, or will they be going ahead and just dropping it, you know? But hey, do they ever really drop beef? Yeah, Suge. Yeah, it was interesting the points he was making on that interview. So I think I want to bring that to you guys and we can talk about it. I also want to bring the indictment of I want to read the indictment for that mayor of New York, Eric Adams. So there's quite a few things I need to. I have quite a bit of commentary and content. You know, I'm gonna have to do some beef sector content here soon, and that's just for the, you know, the money part of YouTube. You know, that's my best views. So I'm gonna have to do that sometime this weekend. Yes, we're absolutely finishing Kim's book tonight. I'll be coming in around. I'm really planning on coming for like 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's a little bit earlier than I did last night, and we'll be wrapping that book up and giving commentary on that. So, you know, we got a lot of stuff going on in the lane. You know, we got a lot of stuff going, and I'm just going to be consistent. I'm going to be covering a lot of different stuff. And I have a game set up for the members, right? A game that I put together called, what is it called? Hold on, let me see. Cook 'em. I mean, shoot 'em, cook 'em, or just run. That's this content I got for the pit crew. So we'll be doing that definitely this weekend. This week has passed so fast. It's already Thursday. Winter says, has anyone noticed that the black seal behind the judge is different than what is normally in courts? Oh yeah, because it looked like it's a state seal instead of like the federal one or what have you. It looks like it's actually their state seal. Agriculture and culture. No, I didn't notice that. That's a good call. What is taking these people so long? Dang. I didn't want to miss nothing. Oh, I spelled thinking wrong right there. Where it say thinking about becoming a member. I forgot a couple letters, huh? I'll fix that before tonight. Why in the chat over there, in the actual chat that we're waiting on, somebody just say, get them, Glow. Somebody just said in the chat, bet nobody know Glorilla used to date Straight Drop. I ain't know that. Did y'all know that? Oh Lord, somebody in the chat say they was screwing, not dating. Well, damn. Straight Drop. Wait a minute. It's a Straight Drop them draws for Diddy the Diddler. Baby, they going off in the chat over there. Went to say, girl, you know black folks be late, okay? Absolutely. Now, I know what I was telling y'all. So the trial for Govan, quit. The mastermind of it all. The one that I showed the footage of him getting pretty much chewed out by the same judge about not showing up for court and for giving interviews. His court date was supposed to start on the 23rd. I don't know if they waited for this trial to be over, but it was actually scheduled for the 23rd. So I'm wondering if next week they're going to be doing the trial for Govan. Let me show you guys a picture of him again. The OG. The one who's supposed to be the middleman. The one who was supposed to get $20,000, 10 from each of the shooters for setting up the deal, right? The one who gave Cornelius, the admitted shooter, a whole $800, $500 and $300. This guy right here. This is a supposed alleged mastermind, the go-between. You know? Miss Baker said, "Oh, that's T to me." You talking about the Glorilla? They saying the same thing in the chat that I'm saying. Talking about okay, we got some movement. I'm on a different the reason why y'all not seeing the judge move is that I'm on a different chat than the one that we have on the screen, but it's still the same thing going on. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? So one of them got 3.2 and the other one has let's see. ABC 24 in Memphis, the one we've been watching, they have 3.2 thousand people in there waiting like we waiting. Channel 13 in Memphis, they got 2.9K. Let me see what Court TV got. Let's see what Court TV got. Let's see. Okay, so Law and Crime Network, not Court TV, they got 16K watching. So Lit Lane is doing really good. We right up there with them. You know, we got 18 people over here. That is pretty much in the right, that's just about right. So we are watching and waiting right along with, 30,000 other people and other channels, Who knows? I wonder what's going to happen in the city tonight. Miss Baker, you're from around that way. What you think gonna happen in the city? You think people gonna be out celebrating? Do you think, for some strange reason, even when people get what they want, and I think it's kind of safe to assume that the people want this man to be found guilty, right? But what's so strange is sometimes people get exactly what they want, and then they celebrate in violence, and outbreaks of violence. Do you think there's any chance of that being where you're at? Are you concerned about that or worried about that? Or is they gonna be just pouring out a little liquor and finally, it can't say finally letting Dolph rest in peace because it still got a couple of more trials for certain. Let's see. All I know is I'm going to be gone. I'm going to beat my ass in the house, right? Exactly. They just had a big case here in Houston that, unfortunately, they didn't stream it anywhere. Otherwise, I would have showed it. But it had been a years-long not 1 year, but years, multiple years in the make for this police officer, this black police officer here in Houston locally where I'm at, and he was getting tried, and the trial just ended this week. He got found guilty of the murder of two people. You know, in this house they set it up, and for whatever reason, you know, the cop went in and set up a fake warrant, went busting in those people's house and killed two people, and then went and shot their dog. You know, my honey, he lived on that side of town, the north side of Houston, and he said that cop, who they found guilty this week, that he was out there terrorizing folks, putting cases on people, just real dirty. So that's what was happening locally. Now on this channel, they not showing the judge head keep coming up in there, but on channel 13, she keep popping her little head up. Let me see what they saying. Somebody say they up in there having champagne and eating grapes while he's stressing. Somebody say Smith was working at the school, should have stayed or asked for advance for the baby birthday. This wasn't it. Smith, they're talking about is Cornelia Smith, the one who admitted to the shooting, who got the $800, and he actually did this shooting on his daughter's birthday. And he say that's what it was. He had in his mind getting the money and making things good for his people and his baby and stuff like that. Miss Baker said, I'm scared for Cornelia's family because he talked way too much. Exactly. You know, I wonder if the family, you know, in times like this, they might have to get the hell out of Dodge. You know? And it seems like it's kind of close-knit. Like that guy said, he was testifying, everybody know everybody. You know? And it's just a dangerous situation. Let me see if I get any other tea out this chat. Let me see. Straight dropping names to bigger fish for the lesser charges. Right. I'm reading the chat. There's a lot of local people in there. I'm trying to see what they saying. They say something that rapper Rollo just posted a Dolph video on his social media, and that he was at the funeral. Now this is interesting. Somebody wrote in the chat and they talking about Cornelia Smith, the admitted shooter. They say he pled guilty because Drop, the defendant, didn't pay him what he was owed, and Drop wanted him to take the rap for everything. And that's interesting because remember when they was testifying, right? They kept, and people keep referring to the $800 about how the guy only got $800, $500 and $300, right? That's correct, but don't forget we found out on cross-examination that even though he only got $800 in total before he went to jail, talking about the admitted shooter Cornelia Smith, the co-defendant, right, co-conspirator, his attorney, some unnamed party, paid $50,000 for him to have a lawyer. Mind you, again, an unnamed person, a party, paid $50,000 for his attorney, Cornelia Smith. So the $50,000 that he was supposed to get paid for doing the hit, because remember it was a $100,000 hit, the money went to him by hook or crook. You know, I think people kind of leaving that part out, you know, and keep talking about the $800. Shoot, if anything, if you take the $50,000 that was paid to for the legal defense, and then you add the $800 that he actually got, and then you think about the fact that 50,000 and he was supposed to give 10,000 to the middleman. Besides him losing the rest of his life because he's gonna be locked up, he actually got more money than what he was planned for. You know, not to be trying to be funny or nothing, but he actually come out. If you take away the fact that he got to spend the rest of his life in prison, he actually got a bonus of what, $10,800. I mean, if you look at it that way. Oh my God. Somebody wrote free straight drop so we can drop him in the grave. Wow, he might want to be locked up. But what about the other half? It was said Justin got his part and Cornelius only got that 800. Right. Now see, that was said that Justin got his part, right? But I didn't ever hear that in this trial. But it was Cornelius Baker. The other part went to his lawyer. He never did get it in his hand because he got locked up the day, 2 days after it happened, I do believe. So the other part went to pay his fees. Because remember, yesterday I gave a commentary and I said, well, ain't there something that come to find out he got a lawyer? Some unknown person paid for $50,000 for him to have a lawyer. When he already pled guilty, he already going to prison for life. I would have thought he would have said, forget it. I don't need no lawyer. I'll take me a public defender. Take this time, get that money to my 5 children. Because he said he had 5 children, but that didn't happen. He literally let somebody pay $50,000 to an attorney, knowing that he get pleading guilty and get life. It's crazy. You know? Kena say Memphis is a small city, but a violent one. Yeah. It seems that way, you know? For me, the takeaway from this for me is, of course, I have to apply it to my boys, right? The takeaway is that I would definitely use this trial and this whole situation to set as an example for my sons is what happens when you don't ask no questions. I would definitely use this as an example of how people get you involved in stuff and you don't even know. You know, I would definitely use this as an example of good decision making, asking questions, not just going along for the ride. And if something don't seem like it makes sense, it probably don't make sense. You know? The lawyer kept him from getting a chair, arguably. Oh, now that is a good argument, Keena. Very good argument. But was the death penalty on because I don't think, let me Google and find out if the death penalty is on the table for this case. I didn't think so. Is the death penalty possible in the Justin Johnson case? Justin Johnson case in Tennessee. Well, what came up was Tennessee has not carried out, no, Tennessee has carried out 13 executions since the reinstatement of the death penalty. Okay, so that part there. Let me see in Justin case. Oh, okay. So right here, now, but this says this is way back from 2022, where it said they could seek the death penalty, but that's old. That's from 2022. So let me see if it's something sooner. More, I mean, not sooner, more recent. Let me look at this article. I'm looking to see. So what I do see here is that it says the jury entered deliberations at 12:05 p.m. That's today, okay, and it's currently 3:02 here, just a couple hours. The jury will decide if Justin Johnson is guilty or innocent of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and being a convicted felon in possession of a handgun. The jury could also find Johnson guilty of lesser charges, including facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, facilitation to commit first-degree murder, second-degree murder, facilitation to wit, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, aggravated assault, facilitation to wit, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation to wit, aggravated assault, simple assault, and facilitation to wit, simple assault. Okay, so they could come back with that. Let me see what they say about the sentencing. Let's see. Hagerman said that okay, hold on. I'm not seeing. I'm gonna look at a different article. I'm not seeing it all right now about the death penalty on this particular one. This is a long article, so I'm scrolling through. They breaking down the case. Okay, we're still on wait here. You know, I would have thought that they, it was scheduled as upcoming. So it's safe. I feel safe to say that by them going live, that meant they was ready, in essence, to give the verdict. Let me see. Dang, this is a long article not answering what the heck I asked. Okay, maybe I should ask Google better. Yeah, let me say possible. What are the possible sentences? What are the possible sentences for Justin Johnson if found guilty? That'd probably be better. If found guilty in Tennessee. Let's see. Okay, so it says I should ask it that way first. It say he faces up to life in prison if he's found guilty. So they're not saying about the excuse me. They're not saying anything about a death penalty being on the table at all. Let me read this right here. Localmemphis.com. They expected for the trial to be done for today, so they did it on time. I'm looking to see. Yeah, it looks like the only thing that's on the table is life. And life in Tennessee, we found out what they quote life as being. The standard for life sentence in Tennessee is 51 years. So if given life, that means if he serves 51 years, he can be released. And how old is he? 20. How old is he? I can't remember right now. 23, I think. Don't quote me. His brother Jamarcus Johnson, who we heard testify today on this live, he faces 6 to 12 years in jail. He already pled guilty, but I guess they holding the sentencing for some reason. That was back in October 2023. So life in prison without parole, 51 years. I just told you guys that. So we just saw the camera move a little bit, right? Let me find out when the trial supposed to be for the mastermind. Okay. When is trial for, what's his name? Let me see his name. I got it on here. Let's see. Let me look here. Get his name. Hernandez Govan. His middle name is Marquette. That's why they was calling him Quet. Hernandez Govan trial date. They're not giving the trial date. It was supposed to, I know I read it was supposed to have started on the 23rd, and we know that didn't happen. Oh, y'all just typing away. Let me see. But y'all are still missing the point. Let's see what that is. He did a crime against someone he didn't even have beef with. So in essence, the only person to get paid is the lawyer. Oh, that you telling me I'm missing the point. Well, yeah, he did, yeah. And then, to mind you, the other point of that would be the factor of, we talking about a millionaire or a multimillionaire rapper, right, who you willing to take out of here for $100,000 and you splitting it 3 ways, 40 for each shooter, and then both of them allegedly agreed to give the middle guy a founder's fee, so to say, of $10,000 each. So really $40,000 for each to kill somebody you don't know, but who is loved there in your city and state, one of your well-known figures, an icon there. Yeah, that's crazy. You know, Keena said if he had priors along with this, it might be enough for them to seek the death penalty. They definitely, we found out they're not seeking the death penalty. Keena says, Ms. Baker, I'm not missing the point. I agree with that. The lawyer is the only one who benefits financially. Right. It sounds good, but that should have gone to the family because he was found guilty and wasted money. Right. Exactly. Hey, Ronnie Q, we waiting on the verdict is in. The jury has actually completed deliberations. I guess they just all trying to get lined up in the court or something. But we are definitely waiting on this verdict in the young Dolph case. Keena said, yeah, initially the death penalty was a possibility according to an article I read from 2 years ago, but I think he faces life. Yeah, life. And life in Tennessee is 51 years, and life without parole, let's say that, is absolutely, they're seeking life without parole if found guilty. That's what's on the table, excuse me, as the sentence. And in Tennessee, life without parole is 51 years. Him getting $500 to $800 in the end was staggering, right? And then he got $500. They just put $5 in his hand, and then in the next day, he thought that they was now we're not talking about the defendant actually in this trial, but the co-defendant, co-conspirator. Then they put $300. When he said and testified, and he literally said, I thought he was bringing me $20,000 or something. So he gave me $300. Okay. So, and mind you, it was a $100,000 hit on young Dolph, right? And then we come to find out during testimony, during this trial watch we've been doing, that it was $100,000 that was supposed to be on Dolph head. And then different amounts of money placed on the heads of his associates. his affiliations, his other rappers, part of his label. So, according to the admitted shooter, Cornelius Smith, the one who got the $800, when they left the house that day to go do a hit, they wasn't even expecting to see young Dolph. They got in the car with the guns because they knew that young Dolph record label, Paper Route Entertainment, was holding a Thanksgiving turkey drive. So when they drove off and left the house that day, according to the admitted shooter, it was just to go get some money off of shooting and taking out one of the underlings. It just so happened on their way to go do that they spotted young Dolph's very recognizable car and followed him and made the big hit. Ronnie say, I have a question. This man, who was he in the act? The passenger who hopped out or the driver? Okay, so the man that's actually on trial right now, let me put him up, is Justin Johnson. He was the driver, which he did eventually, the driver of the car did eventually jump out and start shooting too. Okay, let me put it up here. So, to the left is Justin Johnson, the one that says Justin Johnson, July 14th. He is the defendant in this trial. They're only trying him right now, okay? The one in the middle, excuse me, is Cornelius Smith, July 14th. He's already pled guilty. He hasn't gotten his sentence yet. He is the one who actually got the $500, then the next day the $300. Over to the right over here, that's Hernandez Govan. He's supposed to be the middleman, the neighborhood, the local OG, the neighborhood OG. He considered himself, he's a known drug dealer, and they considered him, well, he considered himself like what you would call a headhunter, right? And so he's supposed to be the one who actually put these two guys in contact with Big Juke, who is supposed to be the second, being labeled as the second in command for the rival record label, CMG. Big Juke is the one on the right, the big one, right? So he was the money man. He was the one who was supposed to have the money. And that bald head guy, Govan, was supposed to be the middleman between this guy here, Big Juke, from the record label, the rival record label, and young Dolph and his label. Okay? And it just so you know, Big Juke also was because he's dead now, but he is the brother of the rapper Yo Gotti. So the one on trial is the one who was driving. Excuse me. If you guys remember when they showed that footage, right? When they showed that footage of them doing the shooting, man, it looked like they can barely handle them guns. Ronnie Q say, who was the one in prison clothes who testified? The driver or the passenger that popped out the car? So two of them testified that was in prison clothes. The one that testified in the prison clothes first is Cornelius. Okay, he had on prison clothes, and he the one that testified and told it all, and he the one who said about this one here. Now, he had on the prison clothes that I do believe was like the orange gel shirt with the gray pants, and we was able to see that. He testified the first day. And then another guy in the prison clothes that testified, that we watched his testimony today, but he testified yesterday, was he had ended up getting charges, and he supposed to have been a cousin of young Dolph, and how they caught him was accessory to the crime after the fact. He had dealt with the car and drove the car and held the phone and did all that kind of stuff. So nobody from the music label is being charged? No, not at this point. But you have to remember, the person who they probably could have charged and had more proof on or what have you would have been Big Juke. But Big Juke, he got shot a few months afterwards and killed. in retaliation. He got taken out of here. Yeah, Govan is affiliated with CMG, but he don't really work with CMG. Govan, the middleman mastermind, even though not very smart, but he considered himself as an unofficial headhunter, meaning he would go look out and keep an eye out for young aspiring rappers. Right? He'll find young aspiring rappers and bring them to CMG. And then he'll try to get a cut of the money. So that's his affiliation, you know. And that's how he came in contact with the defendant, Justin Johnson, who's on trial right now, who we're waiting on his verdict. That's exactly how he came in contact with him. And that's what he was hoping to do. He was hoping to put Justin on with CMG and he'd be able to benefit. Ms. Baker say, Juke got shot at the restaurant after attending a funeral. Right, you had said that with his mom in the car, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Boy, they keep trying to come on with it. They moving the camera. You know, I bet you one thing. I bet you the defendant is sitting there on pens and needles. Okay? Pens and needles. They normally say, I do believe, that the longer the jury takes to deliberate, the better chance that you have of being found not guilty. The shorter the time the jury take, the more likely you've been found guilty. Even though they taking forever to come on camera now, they literally had the verdict was in almost an hour and a half ago. They just waiting to get into court and stuff. So what was that, like 2 or 3 hours deliberations? Don't be blaming me, Miss Bacon. Juke wrote his own ticket, right? But I'm starting to see a lot of talk, even in their chats and stuff like that, and then also across headlines on YouTube and social media, of people still questioning whether Yo Gotti had anything to do with it, and whether Yo Gotti knew about the hit put on Young Dolph, right? And I made the argument that how could he not know, right? If so many people, and it wasn't so much even, let me say this, it wasn't even, from what I understood from just watching the trial and stuff, it wasn't so much that it was kind of like a known thing of the robbery, and it was kind of a known thing that they had a hit on his head. So to me, that could have been because, okay, this is what made me say what I'm finna say. To me, it kind of was like John Wick. You know how like on John Wick they put out a hit, a bounty out for somebody, and it's whoever first come first serve. I kind of feel like that's what was the situation with this case, because the testimony from the admitted shooter on the stand, he literally said after they shot Young Dolph, they immediately was contacting Govan, the middleman, to let them know, hey, that's us. And that, to me, I understood that to mean that they immediately wanted to make sure that they knew Juke and the middleman and stuff, that they knew and got credit for. We the ones who shot him. We the ones took care of the job. Which means they wasn't the only one signed up, you know, like they had a personal contract to do it. To me, that indicates if you got to let people know, hey, we the ones who did it. To me, it sounds like that's an open ticket that anybody who get them got them and gonna get the money, right? You know, let me ask you, Demetri, if Young Dolph was considered a drill rapper. I don't know if he was considered a drill rapper. I think that I don't know. You know, Young Dolph is younger than my age bracket. You know? So I know the one song I know is a Young Dolph song is "Preach," right? That actually blew up, and I remember it being a big song here in Houston too. That I personally was aware of. I'm 47 years old, you know, so I couldn't tell you, you know. And then like the whole idea of drill rap is something that I would have not. I didn't even know what that was. That's way under my age group. Ronnie Q say they are doing jury instructions and all that mess now, but why they not showing it then? Cause none of, let me see, nobody's showing all of the stations that's showing it live. None of them are showing them reading it. A lot of times they read it. Let me see, Lord Crown. No, the judge not even on the bench, cause you know they did the jury instructions already. The jury charges. Ain't Yo Gotti dead too? No, he not dead. Yo Gotti is very much alive because I made the commentary yesterday. I say, because you know, Yo Gotti is still dating Angela Simmons, you know, the Run DMC daughter. And I think I had saw posted that he had just taken her on some type of like trip or vacation or something. And I was like, I can't believe that she's still dating this guy, you know, who put her in so much danger. Because it would, I think common sense would tell you that it's still people who want to retaliate young Dolph's death and any type of connection that Yo Gotti may have had with this whole situation, you know. And I can't believe that she put herself in such a dangerous situation. And that's when someone yesterday in Lit Lane said, not yesterday, day before, said that she used to it. And they reminded me about the fact that her baby's dad was involved in a violent shooting. That's how he lost his life, you know? Yeah. Yeah, they didn't know how to hold those guns properly at all. The one that had the big gun, what we found out they was calling down there a Drakeo. That's what they call it down there. The AR rifle. He looked like just even shooting that thing like he was about to drop it, like it was the, what's they call it, the flashback or the what is it called? The kickback. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. Wait a minute. Let me see what my fish doing. I'll be right back. My fish, I want to see what they trying to get. What's over there? What y'all doing? What y'all doing? Y'all look guilty. I bet y'all didn't know fish can look guilty. Fish can look very guilty. Let's see. Let's see what y'all saying. Right, them weapons wore them out. It looked rather comical. I know if it was such a serious situation. They didn't even know. Okay, read that. Yes, Kennedy said that. God, he's still alive. Okay, Kenny said because so many drill rappers are dying left and right. And I think drill rappers, from what I understand, the drill rappers is the ones that literally, they really rap about gang life, and that's how they like part of their gang status and stuff. They all have different rappers in the gangs, and they go back and forth with like diss records or something like that. I think that's what drill rappers do, and is the culture of that. Okay, didn't Juke's brother die shortly before him? No, I don't think. I think that Ronnie Q, what you're thinking of with that is that somebody's brother died because of it. That they were saying that Yo Gotti's brother died, and that's Juke. They never show that. They do that before they bring the jury out. Okay. Miss Baker, girl, I didn't know any of these rappers. I vaguely remember the reporting of their violent deaths. Right. What violent situations was she put in with Gotti? Didn't hear about this. Well, what I was remarking on is that the fact that at one point in time, you know, they were seeking retaliation on all of the CMG people and stuff like that. Right? So, if your brother, You know, Yo Gotti's brother was Big Juke, the one who actually had the money out, the money man on this deal, right? So for me, just like they wanted to retaliate against Big Juke, you know, I would think that that wouldn't just be, I would think that that retaliation could reach out and put, you know, anybody surrounding him, which means that Yo Gotti would be in danger, which means that Angela, by way of association, would be in danger too. You know, that's just my theories and my ideas of things. You know, like I was saying, how would if I was Angela Simmons, you know, when all this stuff went down, I would try to stay as far away from these people as possible. Because like I was saying, it's still floating around in different commentary, and when you read the chat and stuff, people are very heavily associating Yo Gotti's name in this. And it's a lot of question about whether Yo Gotti is the one who actually ordered the hit. Did Yo Gotti know about the hit? How much was he involved or not involved? So that's what I was stating was the perceived danger. You know, I'm talking of like perceived danger, a perceived threat. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the gun kickback. I couldn't remember the name of it. The kickback was kicking their ass, okay? Let's see. Everybody waiting patiently. Let's see. ABC 24 Memphis, what we're watching, has a poll up. They say, what do you think the verdict will be? So I'm going to say guilty. And now in their chat, they got 10,000 votes. And out of the 10,000 votes on that poll over there, 91% say guilty. 91% say guilty, 5% say not guilty, 4% say hung jury. And that's in a chat size of 3,000. And let me see. And it's actually, if it's only 3,000 people in the chat, they got 10,000 votes. And they say 91% guilty. Keena say, yes, drill rappers literally live their life. And all pay the price for that, with the latest being Fulio. Oh, he was a drill rapper? As Big say, yeah, right, Demetra. They are all in danger. When Juke died and came to the funeral, people were scared. Angela was coming with him. Oh, and Yo Gotti came. Right. Angela should leave Memphis. Does Angela? I don't think Angela lives in Memphis, do she? I don't think Angela lives. I thought she lived in like Georgia or something. Let me look it up. Gotti came to the funeral. Now they the ones that's they the ones that's from Memphis. Let me see. Thank y'all for supporting this content. Does Angela Simmons live in Tennessee? Let's see. Oh, must have left out. I did. I'm looking to see. Oh, she do live in Tennessee? No, that's a lawyer. I don't know which one. I don't know if she live in Memphis, but I'll take y'all word for it. Let me say, does Run DMC Angela Simmons live in Tennessee? No, according to Google, she stay in Georgia, not Tennessee. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, they're making me sleepy. For real. Damn, I wish I would have finished the closing arguments. Oh, maybe I can finish it on my phone. Y'all can hear it. I can finish the audio. Because we didn't finish hearing that.
I'm just lying to get the deal. Now, is that his conscience, like you wanted to say? No. That's him telling his family.
Can y'all hear that?
Why would he lie to his sisters? If he had a conscience, right? If he had done this out of the sense of, I did this awful thing, I feel awful, I've got to accept responsibility and tell the truth. No. But you remember,
Closing argument.
and it was kind of an interesting moment when he was testifying, because at one point he says, oh, that's not lying, I was gaming. Gaming's not lying. And the unfortunate part of all this is he's gaming everybody, including trying to game y'all. That's the problem. And he thinks he's gonna walk. I mean, and the only person in this case who got paid.
So I say Georgia. She lived between Los Angeles and New York. Thank you, Wendell.
Whatsoever that Justin Johnson got a penny. Cornelia Smith got 50 grand for a lawyer
I said that.
for killing Adolph Thornton and didn't have to give it back. He didn't have to give it back. His lawyer was in the courtroom. And I asked him, I said, you remember, I said, how could you? You didn't give it back. You grew a conscience. What's going on with you? And he went,
Uh-oh.
well, I did it. Services rendered, right? And the lawyer, he's talking about with his sisters, he's saying, oh, well, my lawyer's telling me to cooperate. I'm walking. I'm not doing it unless I can walk. Now, he was asked by Mr. Hagerman, have I ever told you you're not going to go to prison? And he said, no, you haven't. But you have to keep in mind two things, right? At the time he was giving all this information, they made him valuable to come in here
Hey, Leo.
and talk. He thought he was getting
Waiting on his verdict, listening to the closing argument for the defense from earlier.
Those letters are going out, and
Uh-oh.
he's getting out.
There we go. All right.
So y'all can be thinking about it. It's a question that says, is there a legal definition to the term agreement relating to section 1, page 5?
Thank you for supporting Leo.
I don't think it's a legal definition. I think they're overthinking it.
Yeah, like it's
It's a common
usage.
term,
Yeah.
right?
Common term.
I don't know that I can even say all of that to them. I probably can just say no, or
I think you could say no. The only other thing I can think of is you could direct them back.
I know we still don't got no questions for no. We want to hear the verdict. Y'all say the
Based on
verdict was
your
in.
everyday
Okay?
experiences, you know, that one line, I can't remember where that's at, but I think you know what I'm referring to.
Is there a legal definition for the term agreement?
arguing semantics. Okay, so as y'all see, they just brought the defendant in. Let me make my thumbnail a little smaller. They just brought him in, Justin.
Court's back in session.
All right.
So for the record, the jury had a question. Their question is there a legal definition to the term agreement relating to section 1, page 5? Agreement is in quotation marks. So I don't think there is a legal definition to the term agreement.
Don't either. I remember struck as answering a question before with a jury saying that when a word doesn't have a legal definition, as applied here, to go with the common, usage. But beyond that, I don't think anybody can comment more than that.
Right. Or I can say, no, there is no legal definition, which leaves them with their common knowledge about the word.
I would just suggest to say common, like you said, there is no legal definition, and when there's not common meaning of the word, but everybody.
Mr. Evans?
I think based on kind of thinking about it for a minute, I think you can only, I would suggest just saying there's no legal definition. I don't have a problem with saying.
If that's what Mr. Evans is asking for, that's fine.
Words carry a lot of weight, y'all.
Everyday usage, or what I was referring to is consider all the evidence in light of your own observations and experiences in life, but that's not really
Hey, Aisha, I think
to
guilty.
defining a term, so that may not be helpful to them, but I think either way it's phrased, it would be fine.
I would have to weigh in guilty,
And I'm just gonna respond to this in writing. We don't even have to bring them out. Okay?
I don't understand this because they said an hour and a half ago that the verdict was in. And then we waited for this hour and a half for them to come live. They came live. So I absolutely don't understand why they throwing around a question from the jury. You know what I'm saying? Unless Tennessee is one of those states where they do the verdict and the sentencing at the same setting. Right? If that's the case, then that verbiage may be regarding the sentencing phase of it. Which, if they talking about that already right here, then that means your goose is cooked. They didn't find you guilty, brother. Thank you for joining us, Aisha. Thank you for support. I ain't got a hungry. I've been on here. Let me go grab me a banana. I'll be right back.
There is not a legal definition for the term agreement. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I think the less the better here.
I agree.
Okay?
Rock over there looking
Right.
crazy. I've been at
Thank
the
you.
computer a lot.
Adjourn court.
What she say? I missed something. What she say? Child. What did she say when I got up to go get me a banana? No, it's not frozen. You just see it's just standing still now because she got up and walked away. She just got up and walked away. And oh, are y'all frozen on the side of the live? Can y'all hear me? It don't say nothing wrong with the live, and the screen just on that seal again because they got up and walked out. Let me see. Let me come on the chat. Let me rewind it. That's what they call it down there. There.
Experiences in life that's not really
Hey, Aisha, I think guilty.
defining in terms, so they may not be helpful to them, but I think either way it's phrased, it would be fun.
No, it's not frozen on my side.
And I'm just gonna respond to this in writing. We don't even have to bring them out.
Oh, I don't. Can y'all drop a one if y'all can hear me? Cause the chat not moving. Let me refresh this. Let me refresh. My live is still on. Let's see. It's not refreshing though. Let me see why not. Oh, there you go.